Today, I have something very interesting for you, which is a debate between two characters. One of them is named Hutch and Vadim. He is I'm just going to say leftist. He's a leftist, and in this context, he supports Palestine, but he doesn't just support Palestine. He supports some other things that are kind of crazy. And then we have Hutch, who's a progressive liberal who has some objections to the way that Hutch and Vadim characterizes the conflict and also sweeps for certain organizations within the conflict. So without further ado, let's let these gentlemen talk it out. I'm going to be pausing intermittently in order to give you my opinions. Let's go.
Should the Israeli government completely dissolve its borders?
I did not. This is like so like going all over the place.
Bro, I'm asking you what the solution is. Do you want the government to be dissolved in Israel? If you believe in this cause so much, what is your solution?
I'm not. Look, dude. This is serious, okay?
I know it's serious. There's people dying. This is not a game to me, okay? There are children, there are men, there are women dying.
Hold on. I'm going to pause and say that this is super cringe because Mudahar has been caught. That for those of you who don't know, Mudahar is a drama streamer. He's yelling at Hutch and Vadim right now. There are women and children and men dying. Okay, Mudahar. So you're being performative in this debate in order to dunk on Hutch and Vadim, which is fine, by the way. I don't care about that. What actions have you taken in reference to Israel-Palestine? Have you given a ton of money to, relief charities? Have you traveled to the region? Are you, advocating for peace on your stream? Are you doing any of that kind of stuff? And my answer is probably not. So while I probably side with Mudahar in this debate, don't take his performativity serious. And is Vadim sick? Yes, he's sick. He has some kind of hormonal issue that makes it difficult for him to sleep.
That is a case to me. I don't hear any solutions from your side.
Look, if the sort
what is the most popular Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea? What is the most popular faction that says that? Tell me. What is the most popular faction in the Middle East, in Palestine, that says from the river to the sea?
About this shit, I had already reached a point of kind of exhaustion, and the thing is that that's a real thing with me because
I have to work for a living. You think I'm not exhausted either?
Okay, to be honest with you, I forgot what we were arguing about. Do you want to refresh my memory? I get into quite a few arguments these days.
I mean, there's a few things that I wanted to, that I was hoping we'll see like kind of what we can cover over the course of this. I think the primary thing that we were, I guess, arguing about when you asked if we could chat again, that had to do with matters of what is and isn't terrorism and things having to do with the Houthis, Hamas, maybe even Mandela and the ANC and whatnot.
Yeah.
But so that's kind of that's the original thing that we were talking about. But I also was hoping to kind of I'll put it out on the table now. I was hoping that maybe we could also discuss there's some
it does take a few minutes to warm up, but don't worry, it'll get pretty crazy pretty quick.
Tweets on your feed right now that are talking about left-wing QAnon and whatnot, and I'm not even exactly sure all the examples that you're kind of thinking of that you're citing when you're talking about that.
I can give you specific on that one.
Sure, and I'll just say that I that sort of bullshit exists in all but both the left and the right. But yeah, I have some things to say about that. And then also just trying to make sure that well, this is kind of there was a tweet that you put out recently that was in response to Mudahar. He said something to the effect of, the more I see of Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on leadership at all. Referred to it as a ticking time bomb. Yeah. And you said that this might be necessary. And I think that sort of
well, he proposed something in that. He said something specific.
Okay.
I don't remember what he said in that post, but there was some proposed solution. I can't remember. I think I was joking, by the way. For that one, I think it was a joke. Yeah.
Right. I mean, the reason why that stood out to me is because I just think that like this sort of, maybe we'll get into this more generally, but this sort of like, I think of it as a witch hunt when it comes to all this kind of just mostly Ethan / Destiny's community led, I would call it a witch hunt of people like Dan Clancy and just Twitch in general. I think that the kind of the accusations of it being some sort of like anti-Semitic hellhole. I think literally Dan Saltman's he has a website that's I think titled, but like at the top it at least it says that. And I think all those allegations are not only like spurious, but I think that they are just kind of playing with fire. I think that if we pursue that sort of thing, like it might end up, so how would I put it? Just kind of like feeding the fire of all of the, like, well, for one thing, the free speech, like the ways in which our free speech are being like taken away as we speak.
So let me go ahead and summarize and set the stage for people who might not be aware of all the surrounding drama. Okay. So when it comes to Twitch is a lefty live stream platform. Okay. And when it comes to a lefty live stream platform, pretty much anyone to the right of me has, and I've gotten suspended on Twitch as well, but anybody to the right of me has 100% been suspended or banned from Twitch. That being said, Twitch does allow political content, and it seems like the main people who thrive on Twitch are far leftists, including Hassan Piker, I think Mike from PA, Frogan, and Denims. And that's because the CEO, Dan Clancy, explicitly sympathizes with this form of politics. He's like sung happy birthday. He had all of the Twitch staff sing happy birthday to Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker, I need to remind you, is a gentleman who has said America deserved 9/11. Dan Crenshaw deserved to have his eye hole sodomized by a brave Mujahideen Taliban fighter. He's swept for the Hamas organization, which is the terrorist organization out of Gaza. He's swept for the Houthis, who are causing the Red Sea crisis, who are the shooting random missiles and bombing random commercial ships and kidnapping random sailors and detaining random commercial vessels. So basically, you have like far left Islamist and jihadist sympathetic freaks, but they dominate the platform. And then you have anybody to the right of me being banned off of the platform of Twitch. And so that was a problem for a long time because Twitch was the dominant live streaming service, probably even up until like 5 years ago. But what happened since then is Twitch alternatives have popped up, including Kick, which has a very loose terms of service, Rumble, which is like a YouTube clone, but it's very conservative leaning, and they actually have enough money in order to keep it propped up. And then also YouTube streaming has taken off as well. And so as a result of that, right-wingers and people who are critical of Twitch have been able to go other places and make money. And so what Twitch has become is effectively like a far left hellhole where they say crazy shit. Just as an example, Hassan Piker had a Houthi pirate on and did a glazing interview. We could argue about whether or not he's a Houthi pirate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a guy who lives in Yemen, who supports all of the terrorist actions of the Houthi regime, and he's a Houthi propagandist. Hassan Piker had him on and glorified him and received no suspension, even though Twitch has a terms of service banning promoting terrorist activity. When Hassan Piker did a very sanitized news overview of the murders in Washington, D.C., he got a 24-hour suspension, whereas almost anybody else would be catching a ban, right? So there's very clearly a bias in Twitch, and that's what people have been complaining about and criticizing and trying to attack Twitch over. Hey, it's Vadim, in my opinion, is a progressive, is a leftist who thinks that that's unjust, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure I remember when we were on the debate scene together a few years ago, he justified all of the centrist and right-wing people getting banned off of the platform. And that's where, for me, it's a little bit of schadenfreude. And this isn't personal. Like, I'm not trying to say like, oh, I hate Hutch Vadim, but I am very frustrated by his politics. Like, for me, this is just desserts. This is schadenfreude. This is all of the lefty, liberal, no offense, control of social media coming back and biting you in the butt. That's what it is. Dude, 70% of Yemen's population are Houthis. I don't think that's correct, Sultan Al-Fahim. As a matter of fact, I think the Houthis are a Shia minority. And the way that Hassan Piker phrases it, the Al-Houthi family is very specifically like a tribal, an extended tribal group that has taken power in Yemen, who just have supporters in the broader population. So I don't know if that's accurate. And then Kyle says, never use Twitch, don't really do lives like that anymore. Well, not just that, Kyle, but you might not be able to. I don't know if you're in Israel, but one of the quote unquote anti-Semitic things that Twitch did is when the Israel-Palestine conflict kicked off, they IP banned the entire state of Israel, right? So that's kind of the crazy thing where, you know, Vadim, yeah, laugh my ass off, Vadim, a free speech warrior. That's what's happened, is all the progressives, oh, free speech doesn't mean freedom from consequence. Getting canceled is just a natural thing. If you don't like the terms of service, then leave the platform. They all said this crazy, crazy, crazy shit where like moderate milquetoast conservatives and liberals were like, bro, number one, this is like hemming in free speech. Number two, it's going to bite us in the ass eventually, including me. I said that for years. And they're like, no, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. And then, of course, everything implodes. Of course it does. Mr. Bombastic says, hope they all talk about the gods and anti-Hamas protests in this. They won't. Don't worry about it. I'll save you some time. They won't. Connor, are you going to cover all the debate? The psychic damage will be too great? Probably. But I'm not going to cover the whole thing because I only do 5-hour streams. We're going to get in as far as we can. Yesterday, I pre-watched probably 45 minutes of it, and we were getting into Hutch Vadim trying to relitigate the ANC and Nelson Mandela being more bloodthirsty than they actually were historically, which I thought was crazy. He was like, oh yeah, the ANC, they actually were communist terrorists. They love murdering people. They love necklacing people. And Hutch is like, I'm pretty sure that's against the stated policy positions of not just the ANC, but Nelson Mandela himself. And then Hutch Vadim is like, oh yeah, but Nelson Mandela's wife was a bloodthirsty maniac. And I was like, even if that's true, why do you think that's advantageous? Like, why is that something that you would say out loud? Casey brings up an interesting point where he says, like the stream. He's right. It's free and it helps the stream. Happy Friday, Connor. I'm loving the Siege of Terra books so much. Holy fudge. True. Shadow 2 Bravo says, good morning, Connor. It's Friday. Everybody getting down on Friday. They should turn that into a punk song. Working Bob says, do you think the Twitch atmosphere was originally just favoring golden children that evolved into a left-wing bias, or was it more or less always left-leaning and supporting? I think the former. I don't think that Twitch started out explicitly political. They just wanted to have booby streamers make them hundreds of thousands of dollars by doing softcore pornography in the late 2010s. And then they also just wanted to feature video games. As a matter of fact, in the early days of Twitch, they were banning all political content because they thought it was too much of a brand liability. And so as a result, I think it just evolved where they just had people that they ended up liking that made them tons of money. And then it turns out that the people who made them tons of money were far left freaks catering to communist teenagers. Please never bring up Rebecca Black again. No, I do what I want. But anyways, let's continue with the content. I hope that's enough context. I hope it wasn't too crazy. But effectively, he's worried that Twitch is going to take a massive hit. He's saying Twitch deserves a massive hit. I agree with this guy more than I agree with this guy. Let's continue.
So no, in the case of like the Twitch policies and the path forward, dealing with the problems that have been coming up.
Sorry, quick chill. Like the stream, engage in chat, comment on the VODs, like the VODs, watch the VODs. If you don't have any money, just engage with the VODs. That gives me AdSense revenue. If you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, super chats are appreciated, never required. Let's go.
I mean, Twitch is a platform that gets a lot of its revenue from ad revenue. And just from a very practical sense, I think Twitch, like right now, has a problem that they have allowed to get too big, and they, in my mind, are very clearly like selectively enforcing their TOS because it seems obvious at this point that the people in the decision-making process, in terms of enforcement of TOS, ideologically align with people like Hassan and Mike. But like, for example, like Mike from PA.
But at the same time,
let me make my point real quick. Let me you can respond. I promise you. But like,
yeah, go for it. Go for
it. Mike from PA from a few days ago. He didn't do what Hassan did. Hassan said that I'm not saying it was a false flag, but it looks exactly like it would look if it was a false flag. But I'm not saying it's a false flag. Mike came out and basically said this was a false flag. This is one of the most prominent left-wing creators on this entire website. Do you not think that there are valid concerns in terms of like, if you're a creator on Twitch and you make part of your income comes from ad revenue, do you not agree that it's a problem potentially for Twitch to like allow this kind of extremism to like fester and reach a boiling point to the point where there could be like an adpocalypse on Twitch? We're not talking about.
Well, I mean, there already has been a little bit of an adpocalypse, and that was provoked by people like Dan Saltman and that whole like maybe we can get into that a little bit, but kind of like the ridiculous situation with the hummus panel and stuff like that. But I think I'm kind of getting ahead of myself by saying that. First, I want to.
So hold on, just to summarize that, right? Real brief, because I know that most of you are probably aware of this, but there will be VOD viewers who are not aware of this, okay? Twitch had, I guess it was TwitchCon. So they are a big enough company that they can invite all their creators out to one location once per year in order to hang out together. They had a panel with Arab creators, and the Arab creators said, who can say the word Habibi, which means like sweetheart or dear, which is not particularly offensive. And they had Arab coded, thinks, ask permission, thinks it's a slur, and loves Sabra, which on the face of it isn't that big of a deal because Sabra is kind of a name brand hummus that's widespread. However, Sabra is also a Hebrew term for a Jew from Israel, and it's an Israeli company. And so what they were doing was they were using it simultaneously as an insult for boring white-coated people who aren't down with the cause, et cetera, and therefore they love Sabra. But they were also talking shit about Israel supporting creators on YouTube and Twitch and throwing them in the Sabra category as well, and even saying, oh, we're missing the category Zionist. And so as a result, I just fundamentally reject leftists who say that there was no allusions to Israel, there's no allusions to Jews, there's no kind of bigotry here, et cetera, et cetera. And the problem is, I don't even care about the content. If you want to do that as content, you do you. I love edgy humor. I love mildly racist humor. I love all that kind of stuff. However, like, Capcom, Samsung, and Chevron were sponsoring the panel. Do you think these multi-billion-dollar companies want their names associated with a mildly racist, anti-Jewish, anti-Israel panel? Absolutely not. And so them freaking out and saying that it's not the people who did the panel on a sponsored show at TwitchCon that was a little racist and kind of dog whistly and kind of creepy. It's not their fault for getting in trouble. It's actually the people who called it out as being a little bit racist and a little bit creepy. It's actually the people who called it out's fault. And this is this progressive thing where you can never punch left. You can never criticize the far left. You can never punch the far left. You can never call them out. You can never rein them in because they're on the right side of history. Grassroots Hegemon for 20 says, I'm so happy. Thank you for the donation, King. I'm so happy to see people in Gaza openly rejecting their leaders en masse. I'm super enthused by that. Every country has their weirdos. It's a good thing to marginalize them. Very brave people to do that in that environment. Yeah, Grassroots. And by the way, I don't know if you've seen any updates to that story, but I saw that people in Gaza were protesting Hamas, but then some of the leaders were hunted down and executed. And of course, you're never going to hear that from these far lefty people who effectively sweep for terrorism. You're never going to hear, oh, there's democratic protests against Hamas and then Hamas executed it, because that's inconvenient to the narrative, because Hamas in the Al-Qassam brigades are the main people resisting Israel right now. So they're for the anti-imperialism, but they won't support the people who are rebelling for a more democratic process within Gaza itself, which I find to be a, let's just call it a misplaced priority.
Address when it comes to, see, I did not see Mike's response, but I did see Hassan.
Dylan Burns TV brings up an interesting point himself. I sure do love subscribing to the Valor Media Network. I mean, when you do, and when you engage with the live streams, your IQ automatically increases to 3,000. So, you know, it's great for you. It's healthy. It's like eating broccoli and probiotics and omega-3s and omega fatty acids. Just by subscribing to the Valor Media Network, your IQ jumps by several thousand points and you become a healthier person as a result.
And he made it very clear, like he said continually, I think that this person, in what they did, I think he used the term, there was a specific word.
Brain broken, I think he said. He was like saying he was crazy.
Well, he did say that he was brain broken.
He said he was genuine and brain broken.
Yes, genuine, exactly. Yeah. There we go. There's no, like that ends the story on whether or not he thought that was actually, whether he was implying that was actually a like a false flag. Well, because
do you agree that
genuine in their actions is not going to be part of a false flag?
Do you agree that especially when you're a really big creator, you do have a certain responsibility to be responsible in your rhetoric? Would you agree? Like, you don't want to unintentionally endorse things or whatever. So like when you look at the clip of when Hassan was talking about, like, well, I'm not saying it's a false flag, but it looks exactly like one. His chat was just pouring with dozens and you know how fast his chat moves. Like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of people that were like, this is super sus. This looks like a psyop. This was a false flag. And I don't know, you say you watched his stream, so I don't know how much he like moderates the stream, but you know, when I look at a community that is like that over the line, like that when I say lefty QAnon, that's what I'm talking about. Like this
do you think that would you say the same about Destiny's community?
Because, anybody's community.
Because like, I mean, for like Destiny's community, when they were, I mean, I've seen lots of other examples of it, but one of the most like egregious examples was.
Yeah, Dylan, I don't know if you popped into chat just to say something, but then you put us in your pocket while you're walking around doing chores or something. But K. Soko says, dang, Dylan, I was just knocking your hair a little bit ago. And Mr. Bombastic said, this guy was hating and I was proudly defending you, bro. Yeah, so Dylan, somebody was criticizing your glorious hair in my chat, K. Soko, and you know what? They should get timed out for it. I'm not going to time them out for it, but they should. Now, I'm going to preempt something that Hey, It's Vadim is going to get to, but I want to say this. There are schizophrenic elements of every large community, and some of them are valued by the creators because they're the most passionate fans. Hassan's schizo community, even if they think that it was a psyop, even if they say crazy stuff, even if they say crazy things that gets them in trouble on New York Times articles and all that kind of stuff, they're still going to be valuable because those are going to be the most passionate fans. Even if they're not the richest because they're schizophrenic, so they might not even donate that much, they're still going to be the people who are defending you on Twitter, the people who are active in the subreddit, the people who are active in the Discord, all that kind of stuff. Excuse me. And so they are a valuable part of a community, even if they're insane. And DGG, God bless them, love them so much. We probably have a little bit of a crossover between Destiny and I. But DGG has a schizophrenic, genuinely passionate, freakish element to it, where if you disagree with Destiny, if you fight with Destiny, they're going to jump into your Twitter DMs, they're going to jump into your Discord, they're going to jump into your Reddit, and they're going to call you a piece of shit. And they're also going to, they're not really going to think for themselves. They're going to exclusively parrot every single thing that Destiny says. And if Destiny changes his mind, then they're going to exclusively parrot his mind change. And they're not going to have any criticism of the new change in idea, okay? I'll ban K. Soko in my chat just in case. I was walking into McDonald's with a phone in my pocket. Well, great. Still good to see you, bud. Good to see you. We should talk again soon. But the point is that streamers it's a double-edged sword, because on one hand, you do want passionate members of your community, and you do want people who defend you on social media, because that's how you create a political tribal group. But you also have to understand that they can be freaks sometimes, and they can harass other people, and they can be crazy, and reeling them in is tough. As a matter of fact, I think that's going to be a challenge in this community. Even though we're small, we're very smart, we're brilliant, and we have some of the coolest people in Twitch and YouTube politics. I think one of the things that I try to do is, by being accurate and dedicated to the truth, that's almost too much nuance for the tribalist political freaks. So we have to find a way to make like centrism or mild center-right, center-left politics, sexy to political zealots, which I don't know how to do. Somebody can help me. Damn straight, I just had more thumbs to give, more thumbs down. Oh, they call themselves the Taliban, which is funny. We are grill hotists. That's us. Sacred Snow says, Dylan Burns TV, you have to understand he was forced to be a cue ball growing up. It's only natural. Yeah. If you're bald, then you're obviously going to hate Dylan. I guess I'm this community's resident schizo then. Perfect. I love it. The Taliban don't play. True. Even though I dislike your hair, I do watch from time to time. Hey, look, it's Vadim, aka Creationist Cat. Yeah, it's beautiful. Hey, it's like herding cats. It is. I'll take my medicine. Good. All right, anyways, let's continue. But the point is that Vadim isn't wrong. Okay. Hutch isn't wrong to point out that there's schizophrenics in Hassan's chat that do think that it's a false flag, that the murders in Washington, D.C. were a false flag. He's not wrong to criticize Mike from PA for saying that it's a false flag. And then Hates Vadim is not wrong to say, well, this isn't just a far left thing. This is an every large community thing. These are both accurate statements. The reason why, weirdly enough, I don't like Hutch's line of thinking is because I wouldn't want to police that line of thinking in online politics. If you want to think that some kind of public event is a false flag, then go ahead and be schizophrenic. It's not a violation of terms of service to be schizophrenic. I do think it's a violation of terms of service, and it's a good terms of service to glorify terrorism. And I mean specifically glorifying criminal actions. That's my annoyance. Grassroots Hegemon says, for $10, says, Dylan's hair actually heard K Soko talking smack and it brought him here. True. Thank you for the 10, buddy. But yeah, so the point is that's my problem, is advocating for crime and extremism, I think should be TOS. That may be very liberal of me, but I don't think that I should be able to come onto a platform and just encourage y'all to commit crimes. Right. I don't think that's an acceptable form of behavior, especially for a public figure, especially with young audience members.
When he was discussing things having to do with the whole, what they call, it's really distasteful, but the Hollywood thing, like the kind of.
Hold on. Look at this. Hold on. There was one guy who was like, Hutch, I love you, but you're wrong. Oh, here we go. I'm very disappointed in you and your political views, man. Like I said, I used to follow you since I was a teenager during the machinima days. Listen, guys, if you ever want me to be contradictory, if you ever want me to triple down on a bad take, go ahead and do this exact phrasing. I'm very disappointed in you. Do that. My own dad doesn't even say that kind of shit. My own mom doesn't say that kind of shit. Okay. You know what my dad says when I do something stupid? He says, hey man, that's not what I would do. And I find that pretty stupid. You should probably think about something else. That's kind of how my dad says it, if he's ever said that to me. And then my mom similarly is like, Connor, I don't like that you're doing that. I think you should do something else. They never do the I'm very disappointed in you. Okay. So anyways, I don't want to get copyright struck, but if you want to, okay, if you want to check out a classic thousands sitcom, 30 Rock is straight fire. It's excellent.
Distasteful, but the Hollywood thing, like the kind of the notion that So you know what I'm talking about when I say that, right? But just
No.
for your audience. Oh, you don't?
No.
It's basically like fucking Alex Jones InfoWars level conspiracy.
Working Bob says, Valor Media Network, if they ever do say they're disappointed in you, you should show up in the next Thanksgiving bumping I'm a Never Trump guy. Yeah, and I'm just like dance. Like as I'm walking up to the Thanksgiving dinner, I'm a Never Trump guy. Nice. Parks and Rec is not better than 30 Rock. Massive disagree. Okay, anyway, so hold on. Let's pull up like a Pallywood clip, okay? So Pallywood is a real thing, but I agree with Vadim that it can be taken too far. Pallywood, fake, wounded, Palestinians, whatever. And so what Pallywood is, hold on. Pallywood Palestinians are falsely accused of staging injury and death online. Fact check, viral videos, blah, blah, blah. So number one, what'll happen? These are stories saying that Pallywood isn't real, but I already know that I've seen it on social media. So let's just go ahead and mute it and just watch the clips real quick. So what's going on is this guy, I think, posted multiple times to social media where he was like cheering on the October 7th attacks, and then he ended up getting injured, and then later on he was recovered and all that kind of stuff, but he ended up being actually injured. But there's obviously footage of like real incidents where people are injured and or killed, right? And so there's Palestinian pro-Palestinian propaganda where they're making films, and then they'll use the films as evidence of actual attacks, and then they'll also like stage dramatizations of stuff. But I think that it's sufficient that there's enough real attacks going on that we should deal with the real attacks. We can say that sometimes there's propaganda in warfare, but we shouldn't use, okay, there's propaganda and psychological warfare in conflict, therefore everything is fake. That's way too far. It's Always Sunny shits on both. I mean, Heartbender, you're not wrong. So sorry, we have to do a quick comedy side thing. For me, It's Always Sunny is peak. It's Always Sunny is the best comedy series of the past 2 or 3 decades. I think that 30 Rock is better than Parks and Rec, but Parks and Rec is very good. Parks and Rec has more like a wholesome narrative element along with its comedy, whereas 30 Rock has this like absurdist humor almost the entire time that I absolutely love. And it has enough like millennial cultural references which is funny because most of the characters in it are Gen X, but it has enough like cultural Gen X and millennial references that it feels like it's talking to me effectively. So anyways, but the point is that they're all excellent comedies. K-Soko says, subs, Connor. Yes, sub to Valor Media Network, sub to Counterpoints, super chat if you got it. Thank you for the donations, Grassroots Hegemon. We are working on memberships. I did send to the back-end people the request to enable memberships. So we should have memberships in a few days. I'll be sure to follow up with them. What We Do in the Shadows poops on It's Always Sunny. I don't think so, but What We Do in the Shadows is very good. Trailer Park Boys is a very slow burn, but I do like Trailer Park Boys as well. Never seen 30 Rock. Give it a shot. You would like Third Rock from the Sun? I love Third Rock from the Sun. John Lithgow was fantastic. So Christian Valera says, almost makes up for all the right-wing Canadians that come to the U.S. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah. All right. Anyways, sorry. Back to the content. But the truth. So let me summarize real quick, though. Pallywood is a thing. There is propaganda that's created by Palestinians that is not documentation of real violence. They'll take movies and they'll take reenactments of actual things and they'll create them in order to generate propaganda for Palestine and for Hamas and for all those people. However, just because there's propaganda doesn't mean that there aren't horrific things happening. So if you go on Twitter right now, you can find real videos of real Palestinians who are grievously injured, killed, maimed, dismembered, et cetera, et cetera. Therefore, while we can understand that psychological operations are a part of warfare, that doesn't mean that there isn't real human suffering that we need to be concerned with. End of rant.
See stuff where the idea is that a lot of what we're seeing is actually just in some ways manufactured, like not necessarily fake.
Oh, you mean for like the pro-Palestinian stuff?
Yeah,
Oh.
like so it's like stuff where no, I'm talking about like things going on in Gaza where people are dying, where like either they think that the like babies are fake or the victims are not actually like victims, they're still alive, they're just posing as victims. And in some cases, in one, because Destiny basically played with that shit a few times. And in one situation, he wasn't quite saying that the entire video that we were watching was fake. He was saying that these people were basically like gambling with their lives or like, you know, basically like trying to make themselves martyrs, going into a situation where they knew that if they got shot and died, it would become like a
propaganda tool.
Item. And you know, that itself is really like wacky. I mean, wacky's the wrong word. Really gross. And just
I don't know the particulars of what you're talking about, so I don't know how to evaluate the claim.
My point is, sure, I understand, but my point is that like when I reviewed the footage of every time he talked about those things, the amount of just like, you know, like everybody was saying that shit was incredibly fake, and it's
can I give you
way more?
Can I give you an example? Like, so like the Al Ahly hospital, do you remember when that was in the news? So if you'll recall, Hamas, I think like very shortly after the attack, they held a press conference, and they had like I think they had like older men like holding dead babies in their hands or something like that, and they were initially reporting that I think like 400 or 500 people died in that attack, and then that ended up being total bullshit. I mean, the real number I think was like closer to 40, which is, I mean, bad. And then there was also a huge source of contention around like where that rocket fire came from. And to my understanding is like we still don't really have like 100% answer of like one way or the other. But like that, would you agree that that would be an example of Hamas staging an event with like clear propaganda goals?
So hold on. I get what Hutch is saying, but I also want to explain something that nobody's going to like. So indulge me. When we were over in Iraq in the war on terror, we had psychological operations guys who were stationed in our area, our CAN area. And so the PSYOP guys, they came over and they did a briefing for the company just to kind of tell us what they do and how they do it. And, you know, if you see them out on town, you know, kind of what to do and all that kind of stuff. And so the PSYOP guys actually said, we have a cultural disconnect with local Iraqi informants. And the Iraqi informants will do like effectively, I'm just going to be real. It's people of color time. Okay. You remember that? You remember when Hillary Clinton got in trouble for saying that sometimes people of color show up late to meetings? It was that. And so what'll happen with some Arabs, because it's culturally acceptable and normal, is that oftentimes there can be a hyperbolic element of their speech that's just acceptable to the point of it almost being a lie. And then also there's a inaccuracy with which they'll speak. And so what they found is there was a cultural disconnect between Iraqis and also Afghans, where if they said, hey, we're going to meet at noon on Sunday, right? We're going to meet at noon at this cafe on Sunday. What would happen is they would go to the meeting at noon on Sunday. They would hang out for 30 minutes. The other person wouldn't show up. They'd be like, okay, I guess they're not showing up. And then they would dip out. And then the other person would be like, oh, I went to the place. I was there, you know, whatever, you know, you just must have missed me, et cetera, et cetera. And so they did that over and over and over again. And then they were eventually like, dude, it's noon. We're here. Where are you? And they're like, oh, well, I'll be there, you know, God willing, I'm on the way, et cetera, et cetera. And it was just kind of this thing where if they showed up vaguely in the afternoon, then that was deemed acceptable enough culturally where they didn't see it as a problem that they didn't have a specific time that they were there. They just wanted to be at the cafe vaguely in the afternoon. And then same thing, like, oh, I have a weapon stash. It's filled with, you know, so much weapons. This is going to change the war. We're going to help you out so much. We're going to do all this kind of stuff. And then you show up and it's like half a dozen AKs and like an RPG. And so there was this massive disconnect in hyperbole where the Arab informants that the PSYOPs guys were dealing with, number one, dealt in a hyperbole all the time. Number two, dealt with inaccuracy in their timing all the time. And so as a result, they just cut the PSYOPs guys kind of resigned themselves to it. And they were like, number one, if you're dealing with an Arab guy, you have to set like very clear expectations about what you're looking for. And you have to ask for very specific things. If you are not getting specific answers about time, place, inventory, numbers, all that kind of stuff, expect it to be bullshit. And so that's where, you know, a few Palestinians, I'm not saying this is identical, but on the day of a bomb going off in the parking lot of a hospital, them saying, oh, we have 500 confirmed dead and 300 of them are children. Well, expect that number to get cut by 80%, 90%. That doesn't mean that 40 people aren't dead. That doesn't mean that 100 people aren't injured. It doesn't mean that something bad didn't happen. It just means that there's an exaggerative element that you almost have to expect, which sucks because then you don't know what's true. Bolmina Steel Dragon says some Arabs are more obsessed with guns than Americans. Based. Arabs do not show late. They arrive precisely when they want to. True. True. They have they have like the Gandalf approach to time. They're like, you're like, Muhammad, you're late. And Muhammad is like, an Arab is never late, nor is he early. An Arab arrives exactly when he wants to. That's fucking awesome, dude. If I could do like a skit, there's a TV show called Vet TV, or a TV channel called Vet TV, and it's a bunch of War on Terror bros doing reenactments of the War on Terror. If I could put that in as a comedic line, I absolutely would. That would be that would be amazing. Oh man, I bet they didn't pull that stuff on Saddam. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they probably showed up for meetings with Saddam's people. Let's be real. They were like, yeah, we'll be there in the afternoon, God willing. And then they showed up at, 10 a.m. because they wanted to make sure that they were there early so they didn't miss the meeting with Saddam's representatives. Yeah, probably.
I mean, I think that what happened in that situation was there was a hospital bombing, and people were, I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that like when news items are reported like just very quickly before you have a moment to really understand completely what has occurred in that situation, it's just incredibly common to for there to be misinformation, or it's usually information that people have.
Do you see it as a moral failure if I don't give every homeless person I see $5? No, absolutely not. The $5 is a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. If you don't have $5 to pay your bills, then you don't have $5 for other people. So it is what it is.
Some reasonable expectation of being true, and then it's put out there and they're just like wrong about it.
Well,
a lot of
no, but in this case, you wouldn't
that particular hospital situation, and we can continue talking about it, but it gets under my skin a little bit because people like whether or not that situation was like, even if I give you that like Hamas was responsible for it and the victims were overreported and whatnot.
I think it was Islamic Jihad.
We have a like not a billion. I'm being like hyperbolic here, but we have so many instances of Israel actually bombing hospitals and doing it in like the worst way possible.
So you think Vadim gives you this excuse for 40 beheaded babies? Absolutely not. He doesn't. Absolutely not. He doesn't. And that's like some people call it like the bigotry of low expectations. That's what people come at with this progressive leftist analysis, is the bigotry of low expectations. They effectively say, oh, well, these people are oppressed, so they can engage in all this bad behavior because what do they expect them to do? But the people who have power in the situation, we hold them to an ultra high standard of conduct where they cannot lie, they cannot cheat, they have to have perfect rules of engagement, they can never have misbehavior. So for instance, there was one guy who was sodomized in in Israeli prison. I don't know if he died. He might have died, but he was sodomized in Israeli prison. And that's evidence that the IDF is engaged in systemic rape. Whereas if you talk about what happened on October 7th, where we have, let's call it circumstantial evidence and eyewitness testimony of rape, all of that gets minimized. So it's kind of this thing where the standards that you apply to people depends on how you sympathize with them within the power hierarchy, which I think is like a totally crazy way to view the world. So what was that 40 baby story, true or not? I have no idea anymore. I don't think it was true, but there were men, women, and children who were beheaded, right? And that's bad enough for me, right? The 40 beheaded babies was propaganda. Yeah, like that was an exaggeration. I don't think that there were infants. I don't think there were 40 infants that were beheaded. I don't think that happened. However, were there toddlers, were there 10-year-olds who were killed by being shot and then they were beheaded afterwards? Quite possibly. So Vadim has always been bad faith and a crybaby. Well, he could just be progressive and self-deluding. Coffee! Is the planet shaking or is it just me? Yes. The answer is yes. Yeah. Yep. Anyways, hold on. So there was something relevant to the actions. Okay, so what I want to show you right now is I want you to understand that Israel pretty much has the same catastrophe. They have the same capability as the United States militarily. They might not have the same logistics capacity. They might not have as many weapons as the United States has, but they have the same level of sophistication. And so that's not the one I want. There's one super famous one. This one. IED factory destroyed by JDAMs. Okay, I'm going to mute this. Israel has this capacity. Okay, I want you to take a look at your screen if you have the capacity to do so. So Israel has this capacity. They can drop 500-pound bombs on targets. Watch this. Boom, 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 boom. So we're going to take a look at this one more time. And I'm going to make a point about this momentarily. Watch this. You can actually see the bombs come in. So I think there's a minimum of 2 JDAMs that come in, one here and one here. And then I think there's secondary explosions from IED munitions that were stored in this collat. Look at that. Boom. 2, 3. Maybe a 4th? I might have seen a 4th. So it's 3 or maybe 4 IEDs. And so this collat was, I think it's called a collat, was evacuated, hopefully, and had a bunch of IEDs in it, right? So that's why they blew it up. So Israel has this capacity where they can level a building with just a few explosions. They can have this, right? And so let's take a look at Israel, oh, snap. Knocked over my Diet Coke, but that's not. Oh, knocked it over again. I need my Diet Coke. Can't knock it over. But let's take a look at the hospital bombing. Israel, Gaza hospital bombing. Okay. So we know, already here, we have the Al Ali Arab hospital explosion, but they're saying multiple hospital bombings. Okay. They're saying multiple. All right. This is horrible. Trigger warning for civilian death, et cetera, et cetera. But this is the parking lot. So look at this. I don't really see a crater, which I would expect to see a crater from a massive explosion. I see a bunch of burnt out cars, but I don't see a destroyed building. I see blown out windows, which you're going to expect from an explosion. I do see dead people 40 people. Small crater, damaged roof tiles, burnt out vehicles, upturned car, burnt out vehicles. The aftermath of the Al-Hali hospital blast. So again, if Israel wanted to, we wouldn't be able to see this parking lot because it would be so destroyed. And also the Al-Hali hospital could just be reduced to rubble. So when you say one thing, but you mean another, that's kind of the problem with this conflict is you would think based off of what Vadim is talking about, you would think that 500-pound bombs were dropped on a hospital and it killed 500 people. That's what you would expect. But instead what happened is there were probably militants that were spotted outside of the hospital. They hit the militants outside of the hospital and there was collateral damage of 30 or 40 people. That's what happened. And also compare this to a Hellfire strike. So sorry, let's see if there's a slowed down version of this one. This is still like a crazy amount of destructive power. But let's take a look at Hellfire missile strike. So take a look at a Hellfire. I would presume that it wouldn't be a JDAM that was used based off of those photos. I would presume that it's similar to a Hellfire strike. So take a look at this Hellfire. It's a very common anti-tank missile that we use to dispatch insurgents all the time. So any second now. Boom. And the reason why I think that is because I think the payload in the crater was small enough that it would be similar, and not just that, but Hellfires are kind of like the generic weapon that we use in order to take out insurgents from drones. I'm not saying that Israel has an identical thing, but look at this. So the explosion, that was just a missile taking out a tank. It's like, I don't know, 10, 15 yards in every direction is just vaporized. And then you have the massive explosion on top. And then you have whatever destructive damage that you have. And then, sorry, here's a Ginsu. This is the sword missile. So this is going to be even crazier. Oh, geez. That car that just passed by, it was on fire because it got hit by a Ginsu, which is insane. Well, I don't even think we see the strike. I think you just see the car driving by on fire. That's bananas. All right, anyways, enough explosions and death. But the whole point is, at least in my opinion, it's not whether or not there's terrible stuff going on. There's obviously terrible things going on. It's not whether or not civilians are killed. There's obviously, I think it's 65,000 dead and like 15,000 of them are militants, but the remainder are civilians. So there's obviously horrible things going on. There's kids, teenagers, women, men, they're getting smoked, right? That being said, if you exaggerate what's going on, people are going to trust you less. And I think that's what the crux of this conversation between Hutch and Vadim is right now. Sorry for yapping. Sorry for showing you a bunch of cool things, but you know, it's cool and you should be well informed.
It's sort of like, I don't know. It just, it's like almost a moot point to me because
it's a moot point to point out.
Well,
like,
I mean, what I mean is that the like that particular situation is just not really indicative of most of the like one, as I said, I don't think that it was a situation where Hamas was deliberately manufacturing.
Oh, I think it was.
Or something.
I think it was.
Okay.
I think it was very obvious that that's what they were doing. I mean, are you aware that like?
So hold on, KK, at the risk of pissing you off. If Israel has this fantabulous military capacity, there is no reason for indiscriminately bombing, shooting, and starving children. I agree with the starving children part. They need to let food aid into Gaza, and they basically need to document all of the food aid that they allow into Gaza to not be accused of starving people to death, right? So let's go ahead and concede that. There's no reason for indiscriminately bombing, shooting, and starving children. So let's work with indiscriminately bombing and shooting. So I've already, as a matter of fact, I don't even think I need to pull anything up. I can just describe it. So I just showed you the destructive capacity of a single JDAM. Okay. Is you could just level the entire city. Okay. So if we have 65,000 dead and an estimated 200,000 indirect deaths as a result of disease and malnutrition and all that kind of stuff as a result of this conflict, it's not indiscriminate. It's just not. So describe it accurately. KK says, simping for war criminals, child murderers is disgusting. Dude, this is like actually the point of the conversation. KK, this is actually the point. I'm not simping. I'm describing reality accurately. I'm not defending collateral damage. I'm not defending, using 500-pound bombs to kill people. I'm not defending the way that Israel conducts itself in urban warfare. I'm not defending all of that kind of stuff. I'm describing it accurately. And you, because no offense, but I'm just going to describe this accurately, because you've been propagandized to take a narrativized side in this conflict, describing things accurately is viewed as sweeping for one side versus the other. So it like you're assigning prescriptive evaluations to descriptive claims. We know that they are justifying heavy bombing targets with Hamas that kill mostly civilians, but that's not indiscriminate. Yeah, and you can still say that's bad. You can be like, okay, that's evil. Use the Ginsus. Make more Ginsus. Were those children are there because of their stupid parents telling them to be martyrs in the garbage religion, allowing them to do so? Well, that's too far. Yay, I'm not too light, says Mega Zero. Good. Welcome aboard. Christian Blair says, IDF soldiers, generals, politicians have said such disgusting things in addition to having a history of using Palestinian human shields in Operations Protective Edge. That isn't the claim. Yeah, we're not sweeping because we're being descriptive. What we're saying is the Palestinians came out and they said that a hospital has been bombed. And if you listen to Hutch and Vadim, he says bombing hospitals, plural. And they allege but they mentioned the 500 casualty stat, right? And so the context of that is based off of Hutch and Vadim's narrative of what Israel is doing. You would think that there were half a dozen hospitals in Israel and they dropped 500-pound bombs on the hospitals and blew it up, killing everyone inside. That's what you would think would happen. But when we actually look at the physical evidence of what's going on, it looks like a hellfire went off in the parking lot. That still killed 40 people. That's still messed up. I'm not saying it's not messed up. I'm not saying the tool is the correct tool. As a matter of fact, I think the Ginsu, even though it's like horrifying to conceptualize, would be infinitely more appropriate for the IDF to use. Okay? So you're accusing me of sweeping, and it's not happening. Mr. Bombastic says, I know the Hellfire is the main missile the Apache helicopter uses. Yes. The flying Ginsu, good morning. Yes. The Blade missile is like orc technology. Yes. Christian Vlarish, the mosquito protocol. Not sure what that is, but if you're saying what, you swat a mosquito, but you accidentally kill a half dozen people or like triple, whatever. Kyle says, and also they made up an arbitrary line. Anyone that crosses the I'm not sure if that sentence is complete. Love how we are commenting Christian Vlarish. He has turned off messages popping on screen. No, I haven't. Not all messages pop on screen. I select the messages. Afraid of engaging with KK? KK, no, I'm talking to you. What are you talking about? You've been the past 5 minutes of content. What are you talking about? K-Sogo says, I'll say it simply. When you say you were successful because you killed 5 terrorists but killed 50 innocents, horrible moral standards here? Sure. Also, the mosquito protocol isn't targeting civilians. My claim is using human shields, which I already acknowledged. Right. Lol, I was losing my mind watching this. I hate Creationist Cat. Well, we'll try to steelman him as much as possible. War Thunder is awesome. True. K-Soko says, and that's also why I dislike Israel. They killed too many innocents. That's getting their way, which you can be critical of. Mineral Waterboarding says, I love Israel more than I don't like Palestine, more than I like Israel less. Okay. I also know that IDF personnel continue to use human shields in search operations after the Supreme Court declared it illegal. Yeah. If anyone trying to play War Thunder, I got planes in every tier. I'm absolutely down. I have to try War Thunder. Grassroots says, why? Question mark? Not sure. Mineral Waterboarding says he's deaf. Interesting. Okay. Anyways, so the point is, being descriptive is not being prescriptive. And KK, I don't think that you can accuse me of ignoring you because I addressed you multiple times. So afraid of engaging with us counterpoints? No, I just did. Excuse me. Is Israel going to be able to defeat Hamas? We'll see. What is their people even to yeah, Commander Haircut. Happy to be here. If I say something that pisses you off, Commander Haircut, I expect you to address it in chat. Okay? That's my expectation. Then, what is there even to debate? Well, right now they're debating the propagandistic uses of information warfare in conflict. Anyways, I'm going to let them continue. I'm going to go grab another Diet Coke. Yes.
Sinwar was on the record last year, I believe, just straight up saying that he thinks that like dead Palestinians like help their cause. Like, he just came out and said it. I don't know if any like do you dispute that they like Hamas has this sort of like mentality about this thing?
He might have said that, but I mean that's like
you can look it up. I mean,
like you can find similar. Like first of all, do not get me wrong. I absolutely, you know, in any on any side. Whether it's this conflict or another, I don't want to see people dying. So this is not like an endorsement of that. But there are lots of other, like it's just, there are lots of other liberation struggles, like the ANC included, that, you know, people who spoke about them that just kind of said similar things. Like it's pretty understandable that, like, you know, if you get the world's attention that something is happening.
Well, okay. Let's get into that, because I think because that was something that you specifically wanted to get into. I think comparisons between the ANC and Hamas are insane. They don't make any sense. Like these are two groups with very different ideologies and very different methods of liberation. Like this is just such a horrible comparison. Like the ANC, their goal was reunification, sharing that entire country with everybody, equal rights. And Hamas's stated goal is, you know, the elimination of Israel and expelling and killing all the Jews from the region. Number one. Number two is Hamas is
that is no, like,
of course it is.
That on they're according to their current charter, no.
No, come on. Like in 2017, they faced pressure from countries like UAE and Qatar to sanitize their image. They were feeling that pressure because they knew that Trump was going to take a hard stance. So they released this like sanitized version of their charter. But they've also said that they would willingly step down if you know, certain conditions were met. Like do you believe that?
Are not what's that?
Do you believe they're telling the truth?
Absolutely.
What gives you that? What gives you that confidence?
And I do not think that they're like angels or anything. Like
that's one way to put it.
But
that's one way to put it.
But yeah. But at the same time, yeah. Like I don't think that they are these like kill.
So KK, I'm going to try to engage in good faith, which is what every good faith engager always says, okay? So, can you defeat an ideology? I would say yes. If you look at World War II, Nazism, German Nazism was an ideology. And it wasn't beaten but in the marketplace of ideas. It was beaten through force of arms and then an enforced marketplace of ideas. That's how Nazism was defeated. It was defeated by force of arms. So what if we extrapolate that out to the Middle East and North Africa, though, I think the reason why what you're saying can be accurate is because even if you defeated Hamas as a militant and political ideology, let's say that you actually swept Gaza, you killed every single member of Hamas and Hamas sympathizers, you rebuilt Gaza into a glorious economic cultural hub and all that kind of stuff. Well, just through the militant actions in the Gaza Strip, you would probably inflame the ideology of jihadism. So even if you defeated Hamas, you wouldn't defeat the ideology of jihadism. And you can also argue that while German Nazism was ultimately defeated and pushed to the sides of culture, it still lives on through like neo-Nazism and all that kind of stuff. So it has to be a combination of force of arms and ideological warfare. It can't be, just like, oh, well, we can't have any force of arms because we could never defeat an ideology. It's like, no, you need both, in my opinion. Commander Haircut says, I've seen a couple of Jewish folks in the diaspora start wondering if it's time to start distinguishing between Jewish and Israeli. Well, Commander Haircut, this is the debate in the leftosphere, which this debate is going to poke at, is if 70%, 80% of Jews support Zionism, but then you criticize Zionism, and then also you're kind of sweeping for the murder of the people in DC, is that anti-Semitic or is that anti-Zionist? Because what the far lefties are going to say is that it's anti-Zionist, not anti-Semitic, because you're not targeting them because they're Jewish, you're targeting them because they're Israeli. And then what the people who are saying it's anti-Semitic are going to say is, well, 80 to 90% of Jews support the state of Israel, therefore it might as well be anti-Semitic. Dr. Zaya says, countless ideologies have been defeated through the ages. Yep. Nazism was defeated with military forces, same with Imperial Japan. True, but it also took an ideological component afterwards. Doctor, that is true, says Keisoko. Mineral Waterboarding says, neo-Nazis having an impact on me now in my late 30s. Hair loss has real ideological impacts. Neo-Nazis are causing your hair loss. Now we have to defeat Kanye Nazism. True, which is a new flavor. Christian Blair says, from IDF leadership condoning the targeting of civilians indiscriminate or otherwise? Probably not, but obviously there's genocidal freaks in the Israeli government as well. People think nationalism equals national Nazi socialism will always exist. Yeah, the Raizal, I'm not sure if we're making the same point, but you think nationalism equals Nazism, nationalism will always exist. Yeah, I think nationalism will always exist. Like, I consider myself a civic nationalist, right? I'm a paperwork nationalist. You can't defeat an ideology with weapons. I mean, I just brought up an example with how you can, but it has to be both, right? Ideology. Read first tweet. You always skip my first tweet. Lol. Well, hey, listen. There's a lot of stuff going on in chat. You guys are popping off right now. It's hard to find all of your stuff. Christian Blairs. You're gonna have to retype it, bro. You have to understand, like, there's a bunch of chats. Anyways, continuing.
All crazy, just like they're. See, this is the thing that I should have kind of just nipped at immediately. You seem to think that their main goal is, I guess, just the extermination of Jews. Their main goal is
they want to cleanse the land of Jewish people and then rule over that land with Islamic law. That's like the core of what their goals are.
Mega Zero says, I also messaged you this video on Twitter. Forgot to message you on stream about it. No problem. Apparently I already got it. Then I don't know if Hamas has an explicitly, let's take a look. Let's do a little bit of research. Let's not be lazy. Google. Does Hamas want to purge all Jews? Doctrine of Hamas. While it's not accurate to say Hamas aims to purge all Jews, their ideology and actions, particularly as expressed in their charter, reflect deeply concerning views and goals regarding the state of Israel and its Jewish population. Destruction of Israel. Hamas's core goal, explicitly stated in their 1988 charter, is a destruction of the state of Israel and its replacement with the Palestinian Islamic State. They view the entire land of Palestine as an Islamic waqf and believe that its liberation is a religious duty of all Muslims. Rejection of Israel's legitimacy, incendiary rhetoric and violence, 2017 document of general principles and policies. In 2017, Hamas released a document that presented a seemingly more moderate stance, accepting the possibility of a Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders without recognizing Israel's legitimacy. However, this document still maintained the rejection of Israel's existence and did not renounce violence. Okay, interesting. This is where I think that I would need a specific quote from Hutch, where I think that Hamas would say, like, no, Jews could live in the new Islamic State as people of the book, but they would not be able to establish their own independent state. Second, it attempted to distinguish between Jews or Judaism and modern Zionism. Hamas said that its fight was against the racist, aggressive, colonial, expansionist Zionist project, Israel, but not against Judaism or Jews. Yeah, so if I was to accept what Hutch said, I would need a specific quote, because I think that leftists and Islamists, even though I obviously disagree with them on some things, massive things, lots of things, I would need to see that substantiated. Grassroots, they are an explicitly genocidal organization. I'm not saying, okay, let's be very clear. I'm not saying that they don't want to wipe out the Israeli government and that they wouldn't kill every single person who fought for the state of Israel. 100%. I'm with you. Okay. I'm tracking what I'm licking. I can't say that. I'm tracking what you're saying. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Some people, I would never say this. I'm licking what you're spitting. Okay. I would never say that, but some people say that, right? It's gross. But what I'm saying is that within the context of an Islamic state, there's this concept of the people of the book where Christians and Jews are tolerated. And so basically, that's what that cursory search says. That's what Hutch and Vadim says. So if you want to show me we're going to wipe out every single Jew, if you want to show me that quote from a Hamas representative or in their charter or somewhere like that, I'll happily take a look at it. Why not research like Asmongold? He always asks Grok. Because I don't trust AI. I think AI is a powerful tool that will get better with time, but I don't trust it. Okay. Yeah, you guys are having too much fun with that. Conservative liberalism says the caliphate would tolerate their existence as long as they paid the special tax. Right. I just want to know, why did Hamas militants target clearly Philippine laborers and attempt to behead them? Yeah, well, I mean, that was just a horror show. I think that was just vented rage. The 100 October 7th says an official statement on October 8th was good enough for me to write them off. Yeah, it's not a question of whether or not they're good or bad. I'm just trying to be specific with details, okay? Don't do what KK did, okay? Not that you will, because you have 3,000 IQ and you're in my chat and you're a brilliant human being and you have exquisite taste in content. But don't do what KK did, all right? If I'm getting descriptive about what Hamas wants and I'm trying to be as accurate as possible, don't view that as an endorsement. I'm not endorsing them. I'm trying to be descriptive about what they want. I do not believe them when they say that. Well, and I think you have good reason to, right? Because of what they did on October 7th, right? Then some leaders of Hamas say that was explicitly their goal to destroy Israel. Yes, but we have to understand this, right? Because this is the argument from the leftists, is that Israel is a nation state. It's settled on an existing territory, which was the Palestinian territory of the Ottoman Empire as the Ottoman Empire collapsed. Then what happened was a war between the Israelis, the settlers who had come over recently after the purges in Europe, the Holocaust in Europe, and then they had the Nakba, which was the expulsory, meaning that they expelled the Palestinians' fight between the Palestinian Arabs and Muslims and mostly, and then the Jewish Israelis. That was the fight in 48 after Israel declared independence. And then what happened was a series of wars that every single time that those wars happened, Israel was able to win and expand its territory, win, expand its territory, win, expand its territory. And so Israel is the state. Israelis are the people who belong to that state. Jewish are the ethno-religious people who either subscribe to Judaism as a religion or have an ethno-religious heritage from that. There are Jews in America who are not Israeli, right? And so the thing is, when you mix up these terms, it becomes like, is this bigotry? Is this violence? Is this terrorism? Is this racism? That's why this conflict is so difficult, is because you combine so many different concepts. Mega Zero says, you have to ask Grok questions, but tell it like a caveman would. Nice. Working Bob says, so Google's Gemini is your favorite AI right now? No, it's just I use Google most of the time. I Google things in order to find articles, and Google just pops up it pops up an AI summary. I'm not trusting the AI summary. I expect it to be like 70 to 80% accurate. Bud123 says, why manually make memes when Grok can generate them for you? I don't know if you guys are being sarcastic with your endorsement of AI or not. A nation isn't a people doesn't mean they won't kill some people in order to take over the nation to create the caliphate. Right. Sacred Snow says, I am also trying to be descriptive of what they want. I don't know what the whole 100 October 7th quote off top, but it's something like until they are wiped from the land. Yeah, and they probably feel that way about Zionists, right? So if you're an Israeli Jew who supports the state of Israel, they probably want to kill you, right? What's the evidence that Hamas has another goal besides the genocide of Jews? Sapient Green, I would say that we just looked at an article where they were trying to differentiate between Zionism, Israelis, and Jews, because they're not going to, at least as far as I understand, they're not going to come to the United States in order to kill Jews unless they're supporters of the state of Israel. They're not like you know that Jewish girl in Brooklyn who has a septum piercing, whose mom is Jewish, but she's non-observant and she's actually pro-Palestinian. They're not going to kill that person because they're ethno-religiously a Jew, right? But they will kill, as an example in DC, the 2 Israeli diplomats who were leaving an Israeli conference. They will kill those people because they're Zionists. You know what I'm saying? Bull Media said, sorry, I'm engaging with chat too much. I understand, but I actually like my chat, so we're having fun. Bull Media says the historical argument is BS. It happened 70 years ago. Either get over it and build a civilization or wage war and suffer the consequences. Well, I don't know if I fully agree with that, but as a matter of fact, I would have like an international coalition go in and establish a 2-state solution, but that's me. I like when people mistype grok and put gork. Yes, they're asking Gork, the god of the orcs. Yeah, it's hilarious. It describes planes in the weirdest way. Interesting. All right. You guys are going crazy. I don't have to. Chat is actually kind of popping off right now, so I actually don't have the ability to keep up with you guys. So I'm going to continue with the content. Sorry. I love you. Like the stream, engage in chat, watch the VODs, like the VODs, comment on the VODs. If you got money burning a hole in your pocket, do a super chat. If you don't have money burning a hole in your pocket, don't worry about it.
I don't believe that that's the case. And there are I mean,
are they lying?
Are they lying?
Yeah, this is their stated goals. This is what they say they want to do.
Where did they state that goal?
Like in countless.
Conservative liberalism wanted me to read this. Ironically enough, though, they may kill the girl who is pro-Palestinian if she doesn't have a belief in the book. Atheists don't get a free pass. But let's just say that atheism, not believing in God, is the worst thing that you can do according to a Muslim. Like rape, murder, all that stuff is actually not as bad as rejecting God himself. Oops.
Like public speeches in their own charter. I mean, these are their stated goals. Like you had the mouthpiece for Hamas very shortly after October 7th say that they were going to do October 7th over and over and over again until Israel no longer existed. Like this is just the things that they say.
We have like if you're the statements of like statements
their spokesperson.
Like
that's their
yeah, I know, but we have thousands. Well, maybe not thousands, but we have way more of that from Israeli officials.
Sure, I mean, yeah,
and they are in a power position where they could actually enact that, and they are enacting that. You don't happen to believe that this is a genocide, do you?
No, I feel comfortable with that language if they're blocking all humanitarian aid into the region. Like before, before I like genocide, we don't say something is a genocide because like a lot of people are dying. That's not how we determine whether or not something is a genocide.
Of course. So that's not what that's right. You understand that that's not the way that either Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International, who are basing their opinion of it being a genocide on, they're making a legal case as to why it was a genocide and why they,
and I think like if you're deliberately starving an entire population and like to the point where I've mentioned this a lot on stream, but like 80% of people in Gaza rely on humanitarian aid for food. And if you just stop that aid going in, you are going to starve 1.5 million people, 1.6 million people. So that is for sure genocidal actions. And so
I'm glad that you've come to the point now that it's that those are genocidal actions, but the overwhelming majority of genocide scholars and legal scholars and like every single worthy humanitarian group, Doctors Without Borders, people like that. I mean, I could go on and on and on. For a long time have called this a genocide and made an extraordinarily reasonable case as to why it is such. And I guess that's one of the things that I wanted to point out in terms of like you kind of talking about like a left-wing like QAnon type thing, because it's like I look at some of, you know, like your genocide denial, and to me that's left-wing QAnon territory.
And this is, you know,
the experts that we have out there that established this for a very long time.
This is something that I've found like particularly frustrating, is like I can agree with you on 99% of your critiques of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I can agree with you that the Palestinian civilians have been forced to endure something that is totally unacceptable. I've the whole time conceded that there are atrocities occurring every single day. So like we can line up on so many things, but if I have a particular, like if I think of the word genocide and I compare it to other modern conflicts, I compare it to other like previous genocides that have occurred, and I have a hard time using that particular language, you want to focus like hyper specific on like my verbiage. And I just, to me, that seems like such a, like, that seems such a, you know, interesting thing to get caught up on.
Working Bob says, at Valor Media Network, Vadim lives in whataboutisms. Hassan can't be bad because of Destiny. Hamas can't be bad because of the IDF. I am so triggered right now. Ah! Well, sorry to say, but the content that I bring to you is going to be taking psychic damage while criticizing it. Okay. Excuse me. And then, sorry, lol, QAnon has a left-wing chapter, rollful. Well, listen, Hassan's chat is pretty crazy, right? So, you know, is what it is.
I don't deny that.
I would think that you.
I don't deny that Israel, the way that they have treated Palestinians, is totally unacceptable and is barbaric, and they've been doing it for decades.
Okay. Two things. I don't particularly mind at the end of the day if like, you know, if you have some other word for what Israel had been subjecting the Palestinians to from close to day one. Like, it's been a fucking horror show. It's been like mass industrial scale.
No, I understand that, but like we saw mass industrial scale slaughter in Darfur, in Syria, in Ukraine, and so
not in this way. They're all, if you listen to just a huge range of experts, everyone from what's her name, Francesca Albanese, who is
the UN whatever person.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many more than her, but like, just there's so many things that are extraordinary and unique about this example. This truly is worse in the just a whole range of factors. And
I mean, 250,000 Syrians died in that war. That was a lot of people dead in that war. I mean, in Iraq, hundreds of thousands of people died in that war. Right. Of course,
millions. Like if you're looking at it purely from a numbers standpoint, that's you know, you could find wars that had millions, tens of millions of people who have died.
Yeah.
But that's not the like just the amount of bodies is not the that's not the kind of sole thing. By no means is that the sole thing that they are basing the fact that it's a genocide on. Like, it's very easy to kind of point to that, but it's about the just the relentless extermination, constantly targeting civilians and whatnot. But let's get back. Just we can still talk about that, but
Good morning, LB. We have like a nice, calm, uncontroversial show for you today. So don't worry about it. I'm sure we won't fight. I'm sure we won't spar. You know, we're just gonna have like a really, really, really chill day. So hold on. So we're gonna address this real quick. I'm watching chat while I'm listening to the content, and I'm finding that I disagree with you guys a little bit. It's not a huge deal, but I just want to share my perspective. So we do have 65K dead, and we do have 200,000 indirect deaths that are projected as a result of disease and malnutrition and all that kind of stuff in Palestine at this time. Those are the estimates that we have. Then we obviously have Israel, who seems to be slowly strangling the Gaza Strip, and they don't really seem to have a public plan, right? They haven't said, let's go ahead and move everybody into Rafah. Let's rebuild Gaza, and then we'll move everybody back in. That's not the plan. If anything, it seems like they've been hinting at ethnically cleansing the entire area. That's the Netanyahu Trump proposal, was to move a million, number one, to have the United States come in and do it, which I thought was crazy. And then number two, Trump was saying, we'll move in, we'll rebuild everything, and then we'll turn it over to people of the region, which I viewed as like a dog whistle that they're going to ethnically cleanse it, and then they're going to turn it over to Israel. That's what I heard. I don't know if you guys interpret it differently. But then the Trump admin was also talking about taking half of Gaza's population, because there's 2.2 million people in Gaza. He was talking about moving 1 million of them to Libya. They were in talks to do that, which again is just sanitized ethnic cleansing, right? So that's pretty stinking evil in my book. And the reason why I think it's particularly ironic and evil is because, of course, like the reason why Israel's justified state of existence, Israel's justification for existence, is often nestled in the narrative of the Holocaust. So a third of international Jewry was wiped out in the early 20th century. 6 million people were allegedly wiped out in Europe. And so that justified the project of Zionism, because they needed a state in which they could be safe to secure the continued existence of the Jewish people. That's part of the narrative of the state of Israel, right? So, but if you in turn go, okay, well, the Holocaust was the worst thing ever because millions of people were killed for immutable characteristics, things that they couldn't control. But then you turn around and then you kill and displace hundreds of thousands or millions of people. Then how are you not perpetuating the evil of which you yourself were a victim, right? Dylan Thomas says, allegedly. Listen, we got some groypers in our chat, okay? Sometimes they're like, it wasn't 6 million, it was a few 100,000. Okay, I said allegedly for their benefit, not for you, Dylan Thomas. Okay, if you believe in the mainstream narrative of history, good, me too. Okay, so the point about this is, I think that visiting the evil that you yourself suffered a century ago on other people is evil. However, I don't think that the state of Israel and the Palestinians can exist with their current stated goals within the same state. Therefore, I think that the two-state solution is required. And if Israel is going to continue the thing that they're doing, the moral thing would be an international mission to effectively secure the state of Israel and Palestine, secure new borders, and then enforce new borders and enforce internal development. That's what I would say. Grassroots for another 20. Thank you kindly. It's not a real stream unless you walk into an immediate conversation about mass death. I mean, that's the Counterpoints. That's the Counterpoints show for you. We'll talk about sex drama and impropriety that a political creator has gotten sucked up into. We'll do sex drama, but we'll also do genocide. Lol. Despite IDF technology, I don't think they have the ability logistics fighting force to achieve greater Israel. Agreed. And I also don't think there's the political willpower. If they started invading Lebanon, the Sinai, Egypt, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, I don't think they have the people. I don't think they have the tech. I don't think they have the willpower. I also don't think they would have the support. the United States would not support them invading their neighbors in order to establish quote unquote greater Israel. The Rayizul says, let's just say they rounded up. See, Dylan Thomas? See? I said that for Rayizul's benefit. You guys are bad. Personally, Israel doesn't deserve a state just because of the Holocaust, because they turned around and have been no better. I'd say they're a little better than the Nazis. That would be my opinion. The real question is, why is America helping bomb civilians? I mean, we love bombing stuff, LB. I would like for them to sort out their BS without our tax money, please. Well, and then that's the question is, we give them $3.2 billion. I think it's like a grant. How does Israeli aid work? We're going to research this really quick. How does aid to Israel work? U.S. aid to Israel, primarily in the forms of military assistance, is provided through a system of foreign military financing. This funding allows Israel to purchase defense materials and services from the U.S. The U.S. also provides aid through the FMF sales system and direct commercial sales, which are FMF funded. I think the way that it works is we give them like $3.2 billion worth of military aid every year. We just give them our tech. And then they test it and they give us feedback. So I hate to say this, you know, I get everybody sensitive, everybody's hackles are up, but it's kind of descriptively true that we give them a few $1 billion worth of equipment every single year and they just test it. So also, no one ever talks about the protests from the resistance in Israel. I mean, you just did. They're a lot a bit better. Yeah. I would say so. So sorry, I'm gonna have to fight apart a chat. I'm sorry. I'm trying to let you guys do your things, and I'm trying to be sensitive to your sensitivities. However, and I get it. I can feel chat not only rebelling. I can feel them peaking. I can feel them. I can feel the tension in chat. But the truth hurts. So I'm just gonna have to say the truth. So, with the establishment of state of Israel in 1948, you had the Nakba, but you also had Muslim, Palestinian, and Arab countries already declaring war to snuff out Israel in its infancy because they knew that the British mandate was going to happen. So you can say that Israel's bad for wanting to establish a new state in the early 20th century if you want, and I'm not going to like freak out on you. However, they were preparing for a ethno-religious purge as soon as the British mandate ended, because they knew that there was a competing influence from Arab Palestinians and Muslims of the region. I know that Muslim isn't a direct correlate to all the people that we're talking about, but it's a correlate if it's not one-to-one, right? And so they knew that there was going to be an attempt by Palestinians and Arab countries in order to reassert control over that territory, and they were going to have to be subservient to a Arab Muslim state. And they didn't want to be subservient, they wanted independence. And so as a result, within a year, I think it was within like 5 years, they expelled 750,000 Arab Muslim Palestinians, and they got into gunfights, and they got into ethnic cleansing and a few massacres. And then 600,000 Jews were effectively expelled from the Middle East and North Africa and resettled in Israel. And I think that's actually the ethno-religious difference between Sephardic and Ashkenazi. I think Ashkenazi are, generally speaking, the European survivors who came to Israel. And I think the Sephardic are the people who were already in the Middle East and North Africa. And of course, even with Israelis, there's some ethno-religious tensions between the various groups of Jews who come from different parts of the world. There's a bomb for every occasion. I mean, that sounds like Curtis LeMay. Bombs away LeMay, a World War II guy who loved bombing places. K-Soko says, I'd rather my taxes go to worthless Americans or illegals than go to Israel. Okay. Sheesh, says LB. Yeah, it's getting spicy. How much is that aid compared to the GBD? I'd have to know what GBD is in order to answer your question. Brandon Zero says, this is heresy. How dare you fight us? We are true. I mean, that's the opinion of everyone right now. Here comes the churn. True. That is what I thought, Seraph. Soko says, nope, I disagree. As my grandmother survived the Holocaust, she's told us lots about it. The Israeli state has no better than the Nazis. Claiming so is a little bit ignorant. Come on, man. Help me out. Help me out, Soko. Help me out. I'm not gonna fight you too hard because I understand that this is sensitive, but to my knowledge, Israel hasn't rounded up the Palestinian population and then just started like mass shooting them and throwing them in shallow graves and gassing people. So as offended as you feel that I am saying that Israel is not like the Nazis, I think plenty of Jews and Israelis would be super offended that you're saying they're the same as the Nazis. So you're gonna have to. If I'm gonna be sensitive to you, you need to be sensitive to me. Brandon Zero says, "Dang, chat. When white people say we all aren't the same, I finally believe them. Looked at the screen. We have 3 white men with different skin tone." I don't know Hutch and Vadim's background. This is a white dude for sure, and then I'm like super white. Sacred Snow says, literally anytime IP comes out, Dem coalition chats are going to be a nightmare. True. 750,000 Jews conservatively. There you go. Steve Carell was so good in Space Force. Based. Connor is on it. Lol. True. Nazis allowed others to exist, just not in their territory. Come on, man. Come on, Soko. You think Israel is going to take over the entire planet? What are you saying? Soko, you love to trigger me. Could we say Israel is the love child of NATO? I don't know why you would. Grill hottest hive mind. Yes, the hive mind. I'm trying to like assert my psychic control over chat, and it's not working. I'm getting rebellion through our synaptic linchpins. Bull Media says the GDP percentage wise, how much is the aid of Israel related to the budget of the whole U.S. economy? Well, number one, I think our aid to Israel is the largest foreign aid package, which funnily enough, I know like 99.9, it didn't get cut as a part of the Doge cuts. I almost guarantee you it didn't get cut. And 3.2 billion out of a $6 trillion budget, 3.2 divide by 6,000 million, billion, trillion, 5.33 e to the negative 13. I don't know what that is, but it's oh, okay, I did 3.2 instead of 3.2 billion. My bad. 200. So 1,000 million billion divide by 6,000 million billion trillion. 5.3 e to the negative 4. So if I remember my math correctly, that's a the net e to the negative 4 is moving a decimal point over. So it's like, it's almost nothing. It's pee in the ocean. Soko says, lol, I'd like to exchange some emails with you to discuss the topic on much detail. Well, I mean, if you ever want to come on and chat, we can. I'll get back into the content momentarily. I'm sorry if I'm lagging here, but chat is popping off. Here's my email if you want to email me. And then you're welcome to come and voice chat sometime. If you listen to some of the psychos in the Israeli government, they would 100% do that stuff. Yeah, sure. There's genocidal freaks in the Israeli government. That doesn't mean that Israel is as bad as the Nazis. Holy shit. If we call IDF Nazis, what does that make the axis of evil? Yeah. If the Palestinian people were Christian, we would be in a different timeline, in my opinion. I don't know if that's true. We're watching like Christians get massacred in Africa and we don't do anything about it. Soko says, Connor, we should exchange some emails sometime and have a larger discussion. Sure. All right. Shit. I meant to say axis of resistance. There you go. Too much math. Lol. I'm still drinking my coffee. Okay. Anyways, I think Connor is right and handsome. Can I have my family back now, please? Sure. All right. I'm sorry for the tangent. I'm sorry to the VOD viewers who had to watch me get multi-guide and chat for the past 10 minutes. However, chat was very passionately disagreeing with me, and I felt like number one, I needed to do a temperature check. Number two, I needed to assert my position. Number three, I needed to chill you guys out a little bit because frankly, y'all were popping off. Excellent. Bud123 says, I will send you some angry grill hottest emails. Good. Do so. All right. Parasocial love, back to you and yours. Shill time. Like the stream. It helps us in the algorithm. It lets other people know that we're live. What was the other thing I said? Like the stream, engage in chat. There's lots of very spicy people in there today. I don't know why. We're talking about a very calm subject. Then engage with the VODs, watch the VODs on the Counterpoints channel, comment on the VODs, like those VODs. And then also, if you got a super chat, thank you to Grassroots Hegemon for your donation so far today. Deeply appreciated. But if you have money burning a hole in your pocket, please go ahead and do a super chat as well. All right. Totally chill day. I don't know why you guys are getting so upset. But anyways, let's go.
I actually have a bunch of notes having to do with like the ANC. You were talking about how that is.
Let's get into that. I'm happy to get into that because that shit is crazy to me.
Okay, so first of all, I'd actually, if you would be cool with it, I'd like to show. This is totally like. I
need to grab some water. Totally, I'll be right
back.
You show porn on my stream. I'm cutting ties with you.
I'd like to show a 2-minute video. There's nothing
go for it.
against
it's fine.
POS or violent in here is basically like what I'm saying.
Okay.
So this right here is trying to remember his name, blanking on it at the moment. This man is a Holocaust survivor who also has dedicated his life to Holocaust awareness. And he also just is kind of a, in general, like a human rights activist. And here it is. I found it. So
that's fine. Or your diseases, and the Israelis are very conscious of that, and they're proud. They brag about all that stuff.
You compared the Israeli siege on Gaza to the Warsaw Ghetto. Can you elaborate on that?
So the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, it seemed to me like a parallel to what Hamas was doing. They were very conscious. They were going to die in the Warsaw Ghetto, and they were going to take some with them. The Warsaw Ghetto fighters were these young people. They were idealistic. They were all socialists. They were all on the left. The Jewish world has forgotten that. They were like my father. Their grandparents originally came from the Nakba of 48. And they've been in these open-air concentration camp with guards all around them their whole lives. That's why I think there is a parallel. And the other issue I think that's really significant about Hamas, when you study the African-American rebellions, the Nat Turner rebellions, they were not polite, tea and cookies type thing. They were extremely violent. There were excesses, right? Because the process of liberation includes that. There's so much anger built up and hatred that excesses are done and to be expected. But the abolitionists, they understood the anger and the hatred, and they did not criticize the Turner and these other rebellions. So I think you have to put Hamas in that context.
I'd like you to address the...
I've heard the comparisons to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. I don't think they're great. I've heard the comparisons to the Nat Turner Rebellion. That seems a little bit more similar. I mean, I think what you're trying to say is like, we should contextualize violence and try to understand why the violence happens. And I don't disagree. I've never disagreed with the idea that we should.
Okay, I'm back. I stole my wife's brush because in the mirror, my hair was looking crazy. Look at my crown. It's all over the place. Look at this cowlick. Look at my beard. It's nuts. So I stole my wife's brush so I could brush my hair. So we're going to do that. Is he a historian because being the victim of the Holocaust doesn't mean anything? Yeah, I might have missed that by him being like, oh yeah, Israel's bad because I was in the Holocaust. It's like, that's crazy. That's a crazy point. I could have sworn Vadim had a deeper voice and beard. Was that someone else? Well, it might have been him 5 years ago. Well, me Steel Dragon says, dang, summer is coming, so there will be lots of girl holidism. Yes, we need to capitalize. We need to capitalize on the summer in order to recruit more people to girl holidism. The problem is the American government lied about Israel, and I think people feel betrayed. How can a descendant of the Holocaust promote a genocide? Which descendant of the Holocaust? Christian Blair says, it's probably more akin to the slave uprising in Haiti that I'm pretty sure the Haitian slaves didn't murder every white person indiscriminately. Actually, I think it was pretty bad, man. I do think they killed a shitload of women and kids. A brush is better than a lack of a brush, indeed. So, anyways, the point is, I'm with Hutch. We can understand why October 7th happened, okay? October 7th happened because there was an incredible amount of pressure put on Gaza, put on the West Bank, and it seems like through the settlement system, Israel is increasingly encroaching on Palestinian territory, and as a result, the Palestinians are effectively realizing, like, oh my God, if we don't attack, if we don't defend ourselves, then we are going to be slowly pushed out of this territory. That's why October 7th happened, okay? But within October 7th, there were egregious crimes that were horrific, like sexual assault and murder and torture and genital mutilation and all that kind of stuff. And I don't care who you are, these are universal evils. These are things that we have prohibited in warfare for uniformed personnel to do. And when uniformed personnel do them, we hold them to some level of account. As an example, Robert Bales, funnily enough, one of my best friends, he's actually just my best friend. My best friend served under Robert Bales. Robert Bales was a psychotic army sergeant who had, because he was psychotic, he just had balls of steel. And so he would do wildly dangerous, psychotic shit all the time in the field. And the guy that my best friend actually hated this guy long before he went murderous. And so this guy, one day he freaked out. He walked outside of base. He murdered a bunch of civilians, including men, women, and children. And then he walked to the south side of base and murdered a bunch of men, women, and children. I think he killed around 30 Afghan civilians. Okay. This guy is serving a life sentence in Fort Leavenworth for the massacre that he perpetuated. All right. And so, whereas with Hamas, that's just what they did, right? That's just what they did. They just walked out into Israel. They broke into Israel and they just murdered everyone. They killed 900 civilians intentionally. It wasn't collateral damage. They weren't shooting in the general direction of IDF or cops. They just walked up to men, women, and kids and they gunned them down, or they stabbed them, or they tortured them, or they raped them. That's what we're talking about. So we can understand the geopolitical analysis for why the Palestinians are lashing out while not excusing murder and rape and torture. That's the distinction. And I feel like what Vadim is doing and what he's going to do is he's effectively going to say that rape and murder and torture are okay because the people are oppressed. Afro Jew 89 says, well, October 7th also happened because the Iran-Hamas supply chain was stronger than understood, so a major Bibi security failure. Sure. And there's even a geopolitical argument that Bibi Netanyahu emboldened the more militant members of Gaza, hoping that they would attack. That way, when they attacked, hopefully it would be repulsed and it wouldn't be as bad as October 7th actually was. And then they would have the pretext to go after Gaza. So, yeah, you can make all sorts of, I have no problems with the geopolitical analyses. I have no problem. Well, I have some problems. Warfare is horrific. But I don't have problems with Palestinians engaging in armed resistance against the Israeli state. What I do have problems with is excusing rape, murder, and torture. Grassroots says, I hate settlements. They are disgusting. I can also promise you no one slaughtering children was thinking about if they were settlers. It's also not okay what happened to the settlers either. Yeah. Oh, a Hutch video. I won a game in one of his streams a few weeks ago. Cool. LB says, but why did Hamas do that? Not justifying, but why did they do that? Why did they do that? Because of all the geopolitical reasons that I just cited. And also they effectively, all right. So this is a flattening of morality in warfare. I'm going to explain this because LB asked it, and I think it's an important question. So when the United States attacks a terrorist and they hit somebody with a Hellfire missile, typically what happens is a Hellfire is a pretty big explosive. And so as a result, we kill half a dozen to a few dozen people around the person that we're targeting. This is how Alawaki teenager got killed. Anwar Alawaki's son, I forget his name. He was killed because he was collateral damage attacking Al-Qaeda's command and control propagandist, right? And so we cause collateral damage. Well, what jihadists say is, well, we suicide bomb a market filled with civilians and we kill a few security personnel and we kill a few dozen civilians. How is that any different than a Hellfire missile strike? And the reason, in my opinion, is because their target is not the security personnel. Their target is the civilians. They're trying to kill the civilians. So when you say, why do jihadists kill civilians? It's because they flatten the morality of warfare so that everything is bad. AF Wrestling says, get that nuanced crap out of here. Pick a side. Everything is black and white. That turn off the light. Sorry, we need to lighten the mood. I'm going to lighten the mood real quick. Trump with the turn off the lights. I tried to read that with the turn off the lights cadence. I love the turn off the lights Trump. this one.
No, get those lights off. Off. Turn them off. They're too bright. Turn them off. Turn them off. Let's go. Ready? Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn them off. Turn them off.
Get out of here. Turn off the lights. That's the cadence I was going for. Anyways, Sacred Snow says, it was a communication error. If I remember correct, they had intel of the October 7th attack and disregarded it. Well, think about that, dude. Just think about that real quick. This is the same thing with law enforcement. Like, Palestinians are going to attack. Okay, when do they not attack, right? You know, it's same thing with law enforcement. It's like, there's a burglar in this neighborhood. And it's like, when is there not a burglar in that neighborhood? DD says, I still don't feel correct about our money creating bombs for babies. Well, you don't have to. Counterpoint, Hamas really, really, really hated hearing psychedelic trance music. Based. I mean, look at videos about their education system where 10-year-olds proudly declare they want to be martyrs. That tells you everything you need to know. It doesn't tell me everything I need to know, but it tells me a lot of what I need to know. DD says, moral warfare is something I need to study more, the term that wants to make sense in a self-defense context. Yeah, I would check out rules of engagement. I would check out escalation of force in reference to law enforcement. I would check out just war theory. I would check out all that kind of stuff. Grassroots says, I'm addressing a question that isn't being asked. Interesting. Good afternoon, beautiful people. Hello, Jeff Lewis. Good to see you. Put on videos of people grilling. We should. Good afternoon, Jeff Lewis. Not a cult, by the way. True. True, true, true. Haitian Revolution did murder innocent whites, normal people. It was a reactionary movement for them. Yeah. You might be a few minutes behind, but Haiti, I'm pretty sure I remember stories of white Haitians getting butchered pretty stinking bad. I think it can be simplified who and why it started. Well, LB, I don't think that you disagree with my geopolitical analysis, but you just might not, you might not be willing to extend as much nuance as I do to the rules of armed conflict. But anyways, let's continue with the content. I'm sorry for yapping so long, even though it's my stream. I'm sorry. Like the stream, super chat if you got it. Let's go.
Examine the conditions that contributed to an event like October 7th. My issue with folks in the lefty spaces was that many of them were going well beyond simply trying to contextualize and understand the violence. Many of them were taking an explicitly pro-Hamas position, which is to me where the bridge becomes a bit too far. And as far as comparisons to like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, for example, even that comparison is not great because they did not attack German families. They attacked German officers during that Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Nat Turner, he killed babies. I mean, like, I think we should understand why, like, obviously in response to like unspeakable barbarity with chattel slavery, why that would provoke something like would lead a human being to like kill a baby in their crib. That doesn't mean that I think we should celebrate when that they killed babies. That's the nuance that I think is totally lacking in some spaces. The ANC, don't even get me started. I mean, like, in the entirety of the apartheid struggle, ANC, I think there were between 100 and 200 civilian deaths. And it was their policy systemically to engage in acts of sabotage rather than terrorism. Because Mandela understood that if they were going to do just full-on terrorism, he thought that would lead to full-on civil war, which would make reunification impossible. So okay. He had a very different.
First of all, I don't know if you know this. Mandela was pro PLO while they were.
PLO is not, but the PLO is not Hamas though.
Yeah, but they were engaging in armed terrorism. He held like an event honoring Layla Khalid, who was one of the main people who was involved in both of the high-profile hijackings that they did in the 1970s. And, and also I'm like, I have some.
With those hijackings, did she kill civilians?
No, but there were other armed,
well, I mean, that's
that she was involved with. But I have more to say in terms of both, like like Mandela also. This is important. In 1986, Nelson Mandela implicitly endorsed acts like necklacing.
Okay, so implicitly, we have to do this for Gen X, okay? Implicitly, in a way that is not directly expressed tacitly, okay? And then infer, definition, deduce or conclude information from evidence and reasoning rather than from explicit statements. And this pisses off Gen X. I don't know if she's going to be around in order to hear me say this, but it pisses her off because people use inference and imply. They use it incorrectly in some other chats, not here. We have 3,000 IQ, so we clearly use it correctly. But the point is that Vadim is saying Mandela endorsed necklacing. And I think that they're going to have an argument about this, but necklacing is putting a tire around somebody's neck and then setting it on fire so they die not just from being burned alive slowly, but also from inhaling fumes. And I think Winnie Mandela did endorse necklacing, did endorse extrajudicial violence, did endorse all this horrific shit, but Nelson explicitly never did. And so he's saying like, oh, one time Nelson Mandela kind of said that violence was okay. And he's using that to say Nelson Mandela endorsed burning people to death. Which to me is like one of the, if you want to vilify, if you want to say Nelson Mandela was actually a scumbag and he actually like loved murdering people, and against the statistics, he was actually like a massive communist revolutionary piece of garbage who actually deserved to be in prison for decades, go ahead and keep talking. You know what I'm saying? Keep saying what you're saying. So, Grassroots says, yeah, we got the Discord. Discord's in there. I wait for the heretics on Discord. Ha, ha, ha. There you go. LB says, but do you get Nat Turner, Rob Roy, or any other freedom fighter? Maybe oppressors should stop oppressing. LB, we agree on something, okay? We agree that there, like for instance, in 19th century United States, chattel slavery was a human evil that needed to be abolished. We agree on that. We also understand Nat Turner and other abolitionist revolutionaries not only doing peaceful resistance, but also doing violent resistance against slavery and slave rebellions. We understand that. What we don't justify, though, is there is a human baby, okay? There is an infant. It has committed no sin except for the sins of its existence. And then you take a knife and you stab the baby to death. That is evil. And regardless of the righteousness of your cause, if you stab a child to death, you yourself should be put to death. It does not matter the righteousness of your cause. That is a sin too far. If you want to kill the people who are killing you, if you want to kill the oppressors who are killing you, if you want to kill, even to some degree, I could sympathize with, if you want to kill the civilian supporters, like government officials and law enforcement officers who enable your oppression, I don't like it, but I can understand it. But if you say that infants should be slaughtered for the sins of their parents, you are going too far. And I'm not going to change my position on this, and you should change yours. There is no instance in which killing an infant or killing a child, we can understand it logically. We can understand the rage that leads to it happening. We will never call it a good thing. Okay? Lol, that's a hell of a reach on Vadim's point. Implicit endorsement? Yeah, implicit, exactly. I wish Gen X was here so she could appreciate me doing it. You infer information from implicit statements? Exactly. Grillhodism needs an education wiki? We do. Slavery was outlawed, then we got Diddy? Come on, man. Come on, man. Mandela said violence becomes necessary when peaceful methods no longer work. Never said shoot babies, lol. Exactly. People will be free by any means necessary. Agreed, stabbing babies is terrible and bombing babies is just as terrible. Nope. LB, we're not going to see eye to eye. You're too far left for me. You're too far left for me. It's fine. You can be too far left and I can be too far right for you, but we're not going to break bread on this. You saying, okay, let's break this down, because even if this isn't for LB, this is for other people, okay? There is a child. Let's run the scenario. You're a revolutionary on October 7th. You've been oppressed for decades. You have rage in your heart. You have hatred in your heart. You're running around with an AK-47, and there's a man, woman, and there's an IDF soldier, and there's a man, woman, and child who are running 5 feet away. You shoot the IDF soldier. IDF soldier's dead. Okay? Now, oh, thank you, baby. Now, you have a choice on what to do with the man, woman, and child. You could leave them alone. You can take them hostage, which I still think is bad, or you can murder them. You don't have to murder them. Don't murder them. If you murder those people, I think you yourself should be killed. Okay? It's that simple. Now, let's say that there's a different contextual scenario. Same thing, October 7th, you call him freedom fighter, call him whatever the hell you want. I call him terrorist, but that's fine. You're running down the road, and there's an IDF soldier, and there's civilians around him. And you shoot at the IDF soldier, but you accidentally hit the civilians. That, to me, is morally different than intentionally gunning down the civilians. Okay? And then finally, let's put this in the context of like drone strikes. Drone strikes or bombings. If there is a militant who is running around with an AK or an RPG and he's engaging your forces or setting up to engage your forces, or he's planting IEDs or planting mines, and then you hit him with a Hellfire missile, and then that kills civilians around him, to me, that is morally analogous to shooting at the IDF soldier and accidentally hitting civilians. It is not morally analogous to seeing a civilian family standing there and hitting them because you feel like it. And so you making no moral distinction between these 2 or 3 military scenarios, I'm just going to say it. I'm not trying to be mean. It's repulsive. It is repulsive to me. I do not want to be on your team because I think that you are making excuses for, not objectively, but you are making excuses for evil behavior. You are saying that gunning down random civilians is okay because there's collateral damage in warfare. It's just not true. But what if it's a roided up alpha male child bum rushing you with a gun? Well, then you can go ahead and do what you got to do, right? Self-defense is always a thing. I had to explain this to my girlfriend the other day. Yeah, dude, there's so many people who morally flatten all of conflict. Given U.S., Israel, pretty much every nation state justifies collateral damage in military operations. They do. That's the difference between us. That's fine. Well, when the side is not playing fair, you will not play fair. I read where the canon was brought to Europe in like 5 years. Every major nation was the one that equalized conflicts. Okay. I pitched a wiki for my work. At first, they didn't understand it. I showed them yesterday and they love it. I mean, it's going to reduce ongoing training and improve problems. Nice. Cool. Are you attempting to qualify killing? Yes. I'm sure the dead and their surviving families disagree with you. LB, You have to. If you don't understand this, that's totally fine. We do not have to see eye to eye on every single topic, but I'm re-explaining this for other people, even if you refuse to see my point. Okay. Same thing let's use law enforcement as a context. Okay. There's a serial killer running around murdering everyone. So he's stabbing people, shooting people, whatever, like a mass shooter, right? And the cop shoots the mass shooter, but accidentally kills people who are around the mass shooter. The mass shooter is stopped, but there was collateral damage. Okay. Now a cop just shoots into a crowd of civilians and kills a few people because he wants to do it and he thinks it's funny. These are qualitatively different things. And so if you think that they are the same, not only are you wrong, you are justifying evil. So you don't have to agree with me, but number one, you're wrong. Number two, you're making it easier for evil people to do evil shit in the world. And this is one of my biggest disagreements with leftists. Massive. This is actually why I wanted to do this content. I'm behind, but I hear the Lord's work being done. Good. I'm sorry I'm not in chat. Stupid work. Fine. Work. Make that money. You're trying to say because a person physically did the deed, babies included is different than a drone. I just don't. You're trying to say because a person physically did the deed, babies included is different than a drone. I just don't. No, I'm not. I'm making the moral equivalence between collateral damage and intentional murder of civilians. So, yeah, LB, we're not going to break bread on this, so it's fine. We can move on. But I'm telling you, intent matters with homicide. 100%. Seraph says, that happened not too long ago, Connor. An officer accidentally killed a girl in a changing room while engaging an armed assailant. Exactly. So are you going to hold the cop to the same standard? He's getting charged by somebody with a knife. He fires into the guy. He accidentally hits a civilian in the background. He kills the civilian. Is that the same as walking up and shooting the civilian in the back of the head? Obviously not. Obviously not. It's so obvious that, it sucks that I have to emphasize it, but leftists use this argumentation all the time, and it's very frustrating. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. My wife brought me toast, so I'm going to mute myself. It's not avocado toast, so you cannot accuse me of being a liberal today. It's eggs. It's protein.
And all of the
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Show me. Let me see.
Was a general statement of support for violent resistance.
No.
That was smuggled out of the in around 1986 while he was still being held.
What he said that violence had become inevitable, but he never endorsed necklacing.
You're talking right now about his speech to that's something different.
No, I'm talking about the whole of his I spent so much time looking into what Nelson Mandela said. I could not find a single example of him implicitly or explicitly endorsing acts of terrorism. And the necklacing that was a source of tension between he and his wife. It was actually noted at the time that he didn't endorse what she was calling for, which is to punish collaborators with methods like necklacing, which, Chad, if you don't know, it's you put a tire around their neck and you light them on fire. And the fact that he didn't come out and endorse what she was saying, people took note of it at that time. He very much did not, and he could have made.
There was a smuggled message that was sent out in 1986 where he endorsed the ANC of the violent measures that the ANC were enacting at that time. So we can just
you're not listening. They were
on that.
No, wait, hold on. But I never said that he said that people shouldn't do violence. He endorsed acts of sabotage, targeted sabotage against government and military targets.
He endorsed the actions that the ANC were currently engaged in, and he knew about the necklacing. He knew about those things. He gave, well, like, I'm not saying like trying to paint the portrait of him like enjoying that, like being like, you know, actually thinking like, yeah, that's awesome. But he endorsed it. And the fact of the matter is, the reason why that's important is just because, like, I mean, in general, like, I think you already like know this, but it's just like there are going to, in resistance struggles, there's going to be that guy said, it's things get very like messy, and there's going, like, most of the violence that they did, I'm sure you know this if you know about the necklacing, it was against people that they thought were like acting against the ANC itself.
Collaborators. Collaborators.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so there's, like, when it comes to the ANC, like, you know, in 1985, there were 156 bomb attacks in South Africa, and the ANC claimed responsibility for the overwhelming majority of them. And you know about Winnie Mandela.
Yeah.
Totally.
He was much more radical.
In 1986, there was this thing called Radio Freedom, which was basically like their propaganda tool, the ANC, and there were many broadcasts where they said things to the effect of this. I mean, this is an exact quote: "Let us take our weapons, both rudimentary and sophisticated, our necklaces, our grenades, our machine guns, our AK-47s, and everything we can get us to fight the vigilantes together with the police and the army." There was the Secretary General, Alfred, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, I'm sorry, Nzo, told the Sunday Times that collaborators with the enemy had to be eliminated.
There was a lot going on outside of Mandela's prison walls that he had no control over. But again,
Tambo, this is something new, okay? Oliver Tambo, the president of the ANC for like a few decades, said that killing white people will have a beneficial effect of getting white people used to bleeding and dying. And he also said, we've achieved a good deal of progress in making, yeah, okay, so that's the most important one right there.
There are like gradients of like violence. There, you know.
Yeah, nobody argues that whether or not there's a spectrum of violence. And I think Mr. Bombastic actually summarized it better than me. Actively targeting civilians, not caring if civilians are in the way, actively trying to avoid civilians. So what I would say is that the United States, generally speaking, tries to do number 3, but engages in number 2 when necessary. So, sorry, let me pull this up because this is important. It is important. This is actually the crux of the issue right here. Oh my God. I hate you. Why? Why are you like this? Ugh. Anyways. So, actively trying to avoid civilians. The United States has rules of engagement. I deployed under rules of engagement. I went to Iraq, and effectively what the rules of engagement said is that the only way that you could take another human life is if there was articulable imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others. And then there was a whole ROE sheet of what you should try to do during vehicle operations. And what you should do, let's say that you're driving on a highway in Iraq, what you were supposed, and there was a vehicle coming up on you. What you're supposed to do is, number one, you have like a laser, right? And we had in Arabic and in English, like stay 100 yards back. That was on American military convoys because we didn't want to get VBIED'd while we're driving around in Iraq. So there's a sign in Arabic that says stay 100 yards away. And so what you're supposed to do, if you have the time to do it, is you take a green, like a laser pointer, and you flash it at the car. And so if the driver isn't paying attention, then they should get a warning and be able to read the sign and stay away. And the sign is like huge, right? That's number one, what you're supposed to do. Number two, if they're not paying attention again, you have a pen flare. And so the rear gunners always had a pen flare available, which was able to shoot a little flare that hopefully gets their attention. Then the gunners also had tracers, which means that if you still have time, because bear in mind, these things can happen under 30 seconds, you're supposed to shoot tracers to the side of the car so you get their attention. And then finally, if that doesn't work, you're supposed to aim at the engine block in order to take out the engine block. And then finally, if they keep coming and you're not able to hit the engine block, then you hit the driver. And so what I would argue is you are not going to be able to execute that rules of engagement at all time. And they always had the caveat at the bottom that if you can articulate imminent fear of death or great bodily harm, then you jump to deadly force, okay? So I would say that based off of those rules that were in place in 2007, the United States of America was actively trying to avoid harming civilians based off of that ROE. Now, number two I brought up, with not caring if civilians are in the way. We had a drone program. We've had a drone program for decades. In the drone program, so what they did is they got human intelligence, basically, hey, who's a part of Al-Qaeda in Iraq? Who's a part of ISIS? Who's a part of this? Who's a part of that? And then we got informants in the community who told us who was a part of it. And then we started monitoring those people's communications. And let's face it, we just monitored communications in general. And when we found terrorist networks that were talking about planting IEDs, assassinating people, killing people, targeting coalition forces, etc., we built out a digital network where we did like an investigation into who was talking to who and who the power players were. Once we figured out who the power players were, we would hit the power players with a Hellfire missile. Now, a healthy chunk of the time, they're not alone. They're going to be in a public cafe. They're going to be in a convoy. They're going to be in their homes. And so as a result, you're going to kill those people's family members. You're going to kill members of the community when you're trying to kill those people with a Hellfire missile, right? And we've moved from the Hellfire to the Ginsu, but the Ginsu is so, I don't want to say difficult to manufacture, but it's more complex in manufacture that the Ginsu wasn't available until the past like 5 to 10 years. And so a Hellfire has a payload that's meant to take out a tank. So it blows up an area, probably 10 or 20 yards, and it kills or wounds for 10 or 20 yards in every direction, right? Whereas a Ginsu, to my knowledge, doesn't have an explosive payload. It just has blades. And so with a Ginsu, you can take out just the guy and maybe a few people around him. Whereas with a Hellfire, you might wound or kill like a few dozen people, right? So that is number two, in my opinion, where sometimes if a target is high enough, you don't care if civilians are in the way. Actively targeting civilians, the United States within the past 70 years has not done. In Korea, we did it. In World War II, we did it because that was the morality of warfare 80 years ago. Since Korea, since World War II, we haven't done that. And most militaries in the world have updated their rules of engagement in order to come in line with that consensus. And so if you're a terrorist and you're doing number one, you're a fucking piece of shit and you should die. Okay? That's my opinion. You don't have to like it. You can say, oh, well, stop oppressing people. You can come up with whatever moral justifications you want to in chat. Some of you are progressives. Some of you are leftists. I get it. I think you are justifying evil. And by trying to say that number three never happens with Western coalition forces is factually incorrect. And then saying that number two is as bad as number one, you are also factually incorrect. Okay? That's my rant. Now, I understand chat might be popping off right now, but unfortunately, I don't have time to engage with everything because we actually have a pretty passionate chat today. I don't know why chat is going so hard today. It's like a really chill, normal topic. It's very boring. Like, I don't understand why you guys are so crazy. So AF says, when you say World War II targeting of civilians, are you referring to the bombs or additional engagements? AF, what I'm referring to is the fact that we had dumb bombs and we attacked civilian manufacturing centers, and sometimes we just burned whole cities. Like the Tokyo firebombing was not, to my knowledge, was not targeting any specific military infrastructure in the city of Tokyo. It was burning the entire city of Tokyo to the fucking ground. So, anyways, you guys are probably saying wildly interesting shit, but unfortunately we have to push the content. So I'm sorry to chatters. I also have to be considerate of VODers.
you know, the way that Mandela described it was like there were 4 types of violence. There was terrorism. There was I don't know, I can't remember what they are, but it ended with war. You know, like it was an escalation. It started with like targeted acts of sabotage, and then terrorism, and then one other one that I'm not remembering, and then like revolution, like war, like full-on civil war. And he very specifically endorsed a policy of sabotage. And again, you keep
that is true, but this is the point. This is the point. Like, do you actually like that was not like he had already made it clear that he was previously willing to do other types of violence.
You don't think it's notable to point to the discrepancy?
He realized that was necessary for the particular situation.
Hang on, can we just focus on? Can we just like you? Can I get you to acknowledge that the discrepancy in the kill count alone should clue you in that the ANC had a different philosophy? Like if the ANC was open to the
because it was
if the ANC was open to the kind of violence that Hamas was capable of doing on October 7th, the kill count in South Africa would have been in the fucking millions over the course of several decades.
Do you honestly think that if the ANC, if things had not gone the way that they did, that like all, and by the way, if like you understand that there was lots of warfare that occurred in conjunction with the in general, like fucking what's the word? Sorry, I'm like a little like cracked out today. Apartheid fell like mostly because of like battle, like there was a lot of bloodshed that went into.
No, but we're talking about the ANC specifically. We're talking about them specifically.
I know, but do you honestly think that the ANC would not have engaged in those methods if like you know like apartheid did not fall, if like they were not like lucky enough for those circumstances to come into place? No, of course they would. They like people people will resist like you know if
so. LB, I'm not gonna lie, we're just not gonna break bread on this, but I have to address it because you're in my chat and you're saying shit. So at some point people have to know you're not fucking around. If we don't oppress people, babies don't get murdered in mass. Okay. So if LB, if you're willing to walk it, if you have this attitude, okay, I'm just saying, in my opinion, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And so if every Palestinian thought the way that you thought, then ultimately you would have to logically support ethnic cleansing. That it's the logic of it. You can walk in and murder babies in mass. That's what you just said. Hamas is justified in walking into Israel and just killing kids. That's almost an exact quote from what you're saying. If you are authorizing that morally, and by the way, large swaths of the Palestinian population agree with you, you have to know we're not fucking around. Well, you have to understand that Israel kind of is fucking around. They could just drop 500-pound bombs from Rafah up to the border in the north and kill every single man, woman, and child. They could kill 2.2 million people if they wanted to. So the fact that you're saying that Hamas should be able to engage in that level of ROE, I think it's totally immoral. I think it's totally evil. And I think that if I did this in front of you, you would instantaneously change your mind. I'm sorry to say it. It's LARPing. It's LARPing to me. When you say, yeah, you can murder kids because your cause is just, I think you're LARPing. You know, I'm sorry to get like heated about it, but I'm trying to be as patient as I can. And I think you're saying evil shit. I think it's bad. You know it's bad. You don't care. I think it's evil. So I'm not trying to ruin our internet friendship. I'm not trying to, you know, attack you personally. I'm not trying to be like cruel or mean or whatever, but I'm telling you, like, I think what you're saying it's fucking evil. It's just the way it's the way that I think. It's the way that I feel. Yes. And then VOD is video on demand. So those are pre-recorded videos. When the live stream's done, we take them, we chop them up a little bit, we clean up the front end and the back end, and then we post it to the Counterpoints channel. And then that gets us ad revenue. Speaking of which, like the stream if you haven't liked the stream already. Engage in the chat. There's lots of spicy people in there today. No idea why. And then engage with the VODs, watch the VODs, like the VODs, all that kind of stuff for AdSense. And then if you would be so kind as to super chat, if you got money burning a hole in your pocket, that's appreciated, never required. Mega Zero says, we be bees. Mark, you can be a bee. You'll live for 30 years. I have no idea what that means from, but I've heard Nick DiOrio say it a million times, and I laugh every time. Why were we in Iraq again? Oh, yeah. How many died, including babies? Was America justified just saying, LB, you must be fucking new? Sorry. LB's going for it. I got to go for it. Sorry, guys. It's going to be quiet for a second because I'm Googling things that LB just triggered a geopolitical rant. But we love our geopolitics, chat. Don't we love our geopolitics? Don't we love geopolitical analysis? Don't we love whenever Connor takes a 10 to 15 minute rant in the middle of a stream in order to explain history? I think we love that, chat. Don't we love that? I think we all love that. All right, let's do this. Oh, LB, I hope you listen. And if you don't listen, it's going to make me sad. So please listen. Please listen. And if LB doesn't listen, that's okay, because she is representative of the people that I want to reach anyways. Let's do this. We are in the United States of America. This is our continent. We love it. We're patriots. This is Eurasia. Eurasia is bigger than the United States of America, and our rivals in the 20th century were Russia and China. There are 3 very large proven petroleum reserves that effectively supply the modern world, and oil is incredibly important to the modern world. The 3 places are Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela. Those are the 3 largest proven oil reserves on the planet. Venezuelan oil is so dense that it has to be cut with oil from the United States, Iran, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia in order to make it useful. And so Venezuelan oil is not as important as Saudi Arabian and Iranian oil. Through the 20th century, what's up? Uh-oh. Guys, I'm getting a pickle. I'm getting a pickle challenge. It's greased. I got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. My wife just had me open up a water bottle that she wasn't able to open. So anyways, Iran and Saudi Arabia have some of the largest proven oil reserves. Up through the deposition of the Shah in 1979, Iran was willing to supply the Western world with oil, and we relied on that in order to fight the communists. What happened after the 1979 revolution in Iran was Iraq tried to invade Iran and take some of their eastern oil fields. They failed. Saddam Hussein failed. And so what the United States was worried about was that Iran in their counteroffensive, if they took Iraq, Iraq is 70% Shia, Iran is like 90% Shia. And so what would happen was Iraq would become a Shia state. And as a result, it would threaten Saudi Arabia. So you've just lost a third of the global oil supply to Islamic fundamentalists, and another third of the global oil supply is being threatened at the same time. So what the United States did, which is evil, by the way, I'm not saying it's good, I'm saying it's evil, but it's pragmatic, is they sold weapons of mass destruction to Iraq and to Saddam Hussein. We gave him precursors for VX, we gave him precursors for anthrax, and we gave him precursors for botulism. Germany, the United Kingdom, and the United States sold Iraq weapons of mass destruction in order to make sure that they didn't lose to Iran. And they needed those weapons of mass destruction in order to survive. Well, what Saddam did, because he's a fucking asshole, is there were some rebels, some Kurdish rebels in the north. There were some Shia rebels in the south. And he also didn't like Israel. And so what happened when he found out that we were playing both sides of the conflict, because we ended up selling weapons to Iran as well, is he was like, fuck the United States, fuck these rebels. I'm going to use weapons of mass destruction in order to kill my rebels. So he VX gassed and murdered thousands of Kurds. He also VX gassed Shia civilians as well. And then he also launched Scud missiles into Israel. And the United States says, you know what, Iraq? You're kind of a fucking dick. We're not going to support you anymore, you fucking asshole. Now, what ended up happening after that was Iraq invaded Kuwait, and then we kicked his ass out of Kuwait, and then we sanctioned him for a decade. After sanctioning him for a decade, what we ended up doing was 9/11 happened, and we used that as a pretext in order to invade Iraq. The reason why they had weapons of mass destruction is because we sold him the weapons of mass destruction. The reason why Saddam didn't allow us to inspect is because he was afraid that if he admitted that all of the weapons of mass destruction were destroyed by the United Nations, then Saudi Arabia, Syria, or Iran would invade and depose him and kill him and his family. That doesn't make him not a psychotic piece of fucking shit. Saddam Hussein was absolutely an evil psychotic. Also does mean that the United States believed that he had weapons of mass destruction because Saddam lied about it. Okay? He lied about it so he wouldn't get invaded. So what happens is, oh, and by the way, if you doubt any part of my story, go ahead and check out the Rigel report and read it. The Rigel report is what substantiates the fact that we sold weapons of mass destruction to Iraq in the 1980s. This is the Iraq Body Count Project. And LB, this is going to be specifically addressing your point. How many babies were killed in the Iraq conflict? This is a common lefty talking point where at least 200,000 people were killed in the Iraq conflict. This is a breakdown of who was killed by whom. This is actually a database that was compiled by people who were critical of the United States government for killing so many people in Iraq. But if you look at it broke down by forces, these are all the people killed by the United States. If you look at it, it's probably 20% of all casualties during the Iraq conflict were caused by United States forces. You know what all this red shit is? It's jihadist dickheads. It's Shia and Sunni militias who slaughtered each other. These are your freedom fighters. These are the people that you're talking about as by any means necessary, we need to stop the oppression. This is what they do. So when you tell me by any means necessary, when you say that the United States is the people who are running around slaughtering people, not only are you factually incorrect, you are in turn justifying 80% of the fucking murders that happened in the war on terror. So again, once again, I'm not trying to attack you, LB. We've had fun. You're a cool part of my chat. I like arguing with you in my chat. So I'm not trying to make some kind of moral judgment on who you are as a person, but I think you're fucking wrong factually. And I also think that you are apologizing for evil shit. Just wildly evil shit. And you're making excuses for it. And I fucking hate it. End of rant. I'm going to catch up with chat while I let the content play.
If they're going to use the methods that are available to them at the time, and so it's just like that's why I think it's very important to note that someone like Mandela was totally fine with the PLO when they were doing armed resistance. He also
the PLO was a leftist organization. They were a leftist. I mean, you're also aware of the fact that Mandela, he wouldn't have described himself as a Zionist, but he fits that definition in the original sense of the word.
And that is
wait.
Denigrating.
Oh, wait. What's your definition of Zionist?
My definition of if like you're going obviously off the like very like reductive.
The original definition of the word is what
who believes that like Israel should exist.
The original definition of the word. That's what colloquially now.
It's not the original definition of the word.
Of course it is. What do you mean? It means the Zionist project was about establishing a sovereign country for Jewish people to have the right to like self-determination.
It was colonial from the very start. Like fucking what's his name? The godfather of the whole thing. I'm sure you know his name.
It escapes me, but I mean, a lot of the original Zionists, were leftists, right? Like they were socialists.
Yeah, personally, I yes, they definitely were socialists, but I think that true leftism involves like human rights, and they were not like concerned with human rights.
Well, let me ask you: do you think that Jewish people had a rational reason to want their own country at the turn of the 19th century and into the 20th century?
I don't think that they had a right to.
No. That's not what I mean. That wasn't my question though. My question is, do you think that they had a rational desire to have their own country?
I think that the kind of like yearning for something like that, it's understandable.
Okay.
However, I don't think, like, at the end of the day, rational, I wouldn't put it that way, because I think that unless they found some sort of area that was uninhabited and they didn't have to go.
Well, they were negotiating with like the British.
Process, then it was going it was set up to fail from the beginning because of the fact.
I think you're right about that.
In that area.
I mean, I think you're right about that. But I'm just trying to get at.
I can't look at that as being like rational. What I'm
saying? Well, they were engaged. They were negotiating with. They were negotiating with Arab landowners. They were purchasing land. They were negotiating with the British. I mean, the British were promising them, because Palestine at that time was British territory, and the British were telling them, like, hey, listen, we'll set you up over there. And like, I'm just saying, like, if you were a European Jew in 1946 and you're being told, like, hey, the British are allowing massive immigration to potentially establish a country here, like, you would have gotten on that boat. 100%.
From the very beginning of Zionism, and again, like I feel like I should just throw this out here. I assume I'm sure that this is where I'm coming from, but just for your audience and any bad actors that like might clip me, Zionism is completely separate from Judaism. These are two entirely different things. One is a political system that is built on colonialism and is dependent on
and rational fear. And rational fear. I mean, come on. I mean, like 6 million Jews died. Like it was an entirely irrational fear that these people felt totally unsafe in Europe. And if you were offered that same thing back then, you would have got on that boat. I'm not saying everything that followed was like justified or good. Obviously I mean, I think you're right. I think it was set up to be this cauldron, and I blame the British honestly more than anybody else. But this idea that it was founded on this like settler colonial like ethnos.
I love you too, LB. Thanks for putting up with my shit.
Supremacist project, to me, I think just ignores the very real like persecution.
Okay, Biggin says something inflammatory. So Biggin, the reason why, I'm just going to say it, the reason why I haven't highlighted your chats that are critical of LB in chat is just because I do want LB as a part of the community, okay? I want you as a part of the community as well. I want all of you psycho, crazy, 3,000 IQ freaks as a part of my community. And we can disagree on, frankly, really passionate shit. Like I'm actually like, I'm quite heated about it. And it's not because LB, did anything necessarily wrong. It's just because like, I think that leftists somebody pointed out in chat that plenty of Americans think that American military forces just walked into Iraq and murdered 1 million people because of people like Abby Martin. And I think that that's the line of argumentation that Creationist Cat and Hassan Piker and Frogan and all those far lefty streamers, they will say that until they're called out on it. And so an entire generation of kids are being raised to effectively believe that I enlisted in 2006, that I flew over to Iraq, and then I just walked through Iraqi villages just gunning down civilians for shits and giggles. And that is not what happened. And that's not what my peers did. That's not what my peers did. That's not what my the people who trained me did in 2003, 2004. That's not what anybody did. And so the fact that that is the way that war is contextualized within politics, I think is toxic and bad. I think it's bad for national discourse. I think it's bad for the way we deal with politics. I think it's bad for the way that we analyze future conflicts. I just think it's bad across the board. So the fact that these people are allowed to dominate alternative media, I think is evil. But if I'm going to have any kind of success, which by the way, we jumped into the high, like the 60s today, which is actually like a 10-20% improvement over a normal stream on Valor. So this is great. Even if it's a spicy topic, even if we're getting crazy today. The reason why I want LB in the community, even if we viciously disagree on things that are actually of moral consequence, is because even if she doesn't believe me, I want her to see what I'm saying. And then not just specifically LB, I want people who think like LB to also hear what I'm saying. And so I don't just want to attack and be like, you're a bad person, you're a bad person, you don't agree with me 100%, you're evil, you're this, you're that. Although I do sometimes do that to MAGA people because I do think that they do some evil shit. But the point is that, like, I want leftists, no offense, LB, I want leftists to stop being so fucking crazy. I want liberals to have a spine and to assert themselves within the political sphere. I want center-right people to wake the fuck up and start punching MAGA rhetorically. And I want MAGA to stop being so fucking crazy. And if I'm going to do that, it's going to require some level of charity to everyone within every political group. So that if you're wondering why I'm not highlighting your points that are critical of LB, and if you're wondering why I'm not going harder against LB, although I do think that I went kind of hard just now, I just want you to understand that. Seraph says, yeah, Connor, fellow veteran, gotta say, LB's objection to collateral damage doesn't give any credence to the insurgency. Innocence dies. It sucks. You said it, but that doesn't mean LB supports terrorists. Sure. But I think she's also providing moral justification for the terrorists to do what they do. Very weird part to join the stream, says Leonidas Vazarus. True. LB says, the funny thing about lefties is that we have convictions in our beliefs. I disagree with people all the time. It's a sport at this point. Okay. This is why I love you. Oh my God, I got 3 biggest balls, Connor. I'm here for the long haul. Don't worry about me. Okay, good. Okay, Dee says we disagreed about religion yesterday, and I still think that your opinion is correct. Okay. All right. You guys are having fun. Connor, why are you so base, Jesus? I don't know. I've been lots of cringe in youth leads to a based adulthood. Jeff Lewis says it's also dangerous if populations don't give their government credit to the good things they do. It lowers the incentive for the government to even bother. If facts don't matter, why bother? Yeah, kind of. Taking a retweet, Russian Today shill like Abby Martin seriously is insane. Well, she's bigger than me, so we got to take her seriously to some degree. Connor, that's dumb. LB is not giving them moral authority to do evil shit. She is simply calling it out. I don't agree with you. I think she said, hey, if you want babies to stop getting murdered, then stop oppressing. And I think that gives moral license to people who kill babies to kill babies. Leonidas Vazarus says, first time I've seen a foreign pronounce my name so close to correct without corrections. Well, Leonidas Vazarus. I don't know. Sorry if I mess up the Vazarus part, but hope you're doing well. Welcome aboard. I lived in Europe when I was a child. I traveled when I was a part of the military. So I try to pronounce things correct. It works out half the time. All right. Anyways, let's continue.
Murder.
That's exactly what it was from the beginning. They like before long before World War II or the Holocaust was ever in the picture. That's how it was.
Because they were being persecuted in Europe.
Vladimir Jabotinsky, who were saying things like, we have to get rid of all of these Palestinians because they're going to resist.
Yeah,
they're going.
I mean, and look, I told you, I think the project itself was always going to be the outcome, and I put most of that blame on the British because they were making promises to both sides, like British.
K-Soko, lol, but that requires zero thoughts on your end. Come on now, buddy. You have to be critical thinking skills in that. No, I don't. I'm repeating back to you what you're saying. Okay. So LB, you're saying like, okay, well, stop doing bad shit and bad shit will happen. Power abhors a vacuum. Don't trigger another geopolitical rant. Don't do it. I want to save chat. I want to save the VOD viewers from another geopolitical rant. But if you want to check out some very interesting history, I'll make it very brief. Check out what happened in Afghanistan after the United States stopped supporting the jihadis in the 1980s. So what ended up, now, I'm not actually telling you to stop. Have fun in chat. I don't give a shit. But I'm just saying, like, you know, I don't want you to have to sit through another 10-minute rant of geopolitical history. But if you look at what happened to Afghanistan after the 1980s, when we withdrew from Afghanistan and we stopped supporting the Islamists, Afghanistan didn't suddenly become like a rainbow paradise filled with like secular gay rights and shit. What happened was Islamists who were the Iranians supported the Hazaras, the Turkmens, the Tajiks, and the Uzbeks, ethnic Tajiks, ethnic Turkmen in the north created the Northern Alliance. And then I always say it wrong. One of them is the language, Pashto versus Pashtun. I want to say that Pashto is the language, and I want to say Pashtun is the ethnicity, but sometimes I get those mixed up. And then I guess I'll call them the Pashtun. The Pashtun in the southeast, they largely got support from Pakistan and the Taliban and all the terrorist organizations, right? And so as a result, there was a three-way militant split for the future of Afghanistan, and they killed the fuck out of each other, right? So the United States doesn't withdraw from the world stage and then everybody starts holding hands and fucking, you know, singing Kumbaya and shit. The United States withdraws from the world stage and people murder each other even worse than when we were trying to help out, right? Pashtun is the, oh, well, you guys, Pashtun is the language, Pashto is the people. Hold on. Dancing boys in Afghanistan. If you're talking about Bakabazi, I'm not saying that there isn't fucking evil pedophilic shit happening in Afghanistan. It's fucking horrifying. K Soko says, I'm just saying, I know you have the mental capacity to understand your argument, which is intended to show hypocrisy in Israeli supporters, but it's not hypocrisy. That's not hypocrisy. If I believe in rules of engagement and I think that there's a moral difference between intentionally killing civilians and collateral damage, then there's no hypocrisy. My worldview is coherent. Eben says, Connor, any real review of history is that it's really complicated, but the U.S. has been largely the most based since World War II. I mean, that's my perspective. Pashto is the language. Let's take a look. Let's just be accurate real quick. Google. Pashtun, people. Pashtun are an Iranian ethnic group who are the largest ethnic group in Afghanistan. Okay, cool. So Pashtun is the people. Pashto. I think that's why, is because I was using Pashto as the word to describe the southeastern Afghans, and it's a language. So, okay, Pashto is the language, Pashtun are the people. Got it.
The British were they were fanning the flames of pan-Arab nationalism in the wake of World War I. And so they were instilling, like, you know, that was one of the ways that they got a lot of Arab states to fight alongside them to take on like the Ottomans. And they were also making promises to Jewish people in Europe that, you know, they would allow like massive immigration and like potentially allow a state there. And so, you know.
Oh, you're right. I guess there's no value in showing Israeli hypocrisy. You have called me out. No. The K-Soko, that's not the point. The point is be descriptively real, okay? You can still say 65,000 is a crazy amount of people to die if 20,000 of them are, if 20,000 of them are militants and then 40,000 of them are civilians, and then 200,000 people dying indirectly as a result of starvation and disease is also crazy. Because I think that is 200K out of 10 million, I do want to say is 10%. Let's just double check, right? I'm 99% sure, but I always get tripped up with the zeros. So I know this is silly. I know you're like, yes, of course, 200K is 10% of 2 million. But I just want to make sure that I'm not off by a zero. Okay, yes. So indirectly killing 200K is 10% of the Gazan population, and wiping out 80% of the buildings is fucking evil, right? That wasn't necessary in order to win the Gazan conflict. It wasn't necessary to destroy 80% of buildings. I don't know if it was necessary to wipe out 65K people. I know that it's not necessary in order to starve / malnutrition / disease 200K people to death. So percent under 18. Well, then we get into the argument of like, when do Hamas militants become militarized? Because we've watched 8-year-olds go to Hamas boot camp. So you can talk about kids or whatever, but also Gaza has like an insane population under the age of 18. They had like a baby boom in the past 20 years. But the point is, in my opinion, you can still call those things evil without the hyperbole, right? You can still say that 200,000 people, 10% of the Gazan population being wiped out by disease and malnutrition that is currently being controlled by Israel is bad. You can still say that 40K civilians getting killed as collateral damage is bad. You can still say all of that. You can descriptively, to the ends of the earth, describe it accurately while not using the hyperbolic language that you guys use, where you're like, they're indiscriminately killing civilians. If they were indiscriminately killing civilians, it wouldn't be 65,000 dead. It would be 2 million. So that, or you could say it's a genocide. If you want to say it's genocidal, go for it. I don't give a shit. It's not the word that matters. It's what's being described. Okay? You say genocide, I say evil, murderous bullshit. So we're both talking about the same thing. Biz D says, can I be honest when it comes to Gaza and Ukraine? I'm just glad that it has nothing to do with black people. Well, if you're black, then, good for you. Do you even have an accurate count on number of Hamas militants, given Gaza's health ministry counts militants as civilians? Yeah, I think it's around 17K. I think even there was a Gazan public figure who said that they think they lost around 20,000 militants. Or you could say it's a genocide, not to mention the might of Israel. It's one-sided. Well, it's not one-sided, right? How many Israelis? Obviously, you have the 1,200 killed on October 7th, but how many Israelis have died in the Gazan war? 2,000. So you can say that that it's disproportionate as far as like what Israel has lost, right? Civilians, children, events. So they've probably lost 500. That's not a lot. So yeah, if you want to say it's if you want to say that's one-sided, for sure. But that's also, I'm gonna share a very silly idea with you. You can hate me for it if you want. Warriors, people who fight war, are not going to make excuses for having a one-sided conflict. Your role as civilians is to criticize war, look for diplomatic solutions, all that kind of bullshit, right? The goal of a soldier is to win an armed conflict and maximize the amount of enemies killed and minimize the amount of their friends killed. So if you go to an Israeli soldier and you say, hey, you killed 17,000 militants and you only lost 500 troops, you're fighting unfair. An IDF soldier is going to say, fucking good. Okay? He's going to say, yeah, and we killed 17,000 militants and we lost 500 people. Based. Awesome. That's what an IDF soldier is going to say. So yeah. So don't expect any Marine, soldier, U.S. military service member. Don't expect any of us to say, oh yeah, like Israel should let some more of its soldiers die. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Yeah. 20K militants with 65K dead overall. It sounds cruel, but that's not a bad ratio. Obviously when you see like a teenager's leg blown apart in a building, it doesn't do much. Yeah. Anyways. Okay. Anyways. Sorry. Let's continue. You guys are great. I love you. I love you for popping off in chat. I appreciate your donations. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon for your donation so far today. Like the stream if you haven't liked it already. Engage in chat. We got plenty of spicy folks in there. They all have 3,000 IQ. They're all brilliant, and they all have excellent tasting content. Engage with the VODs. Like the VODs. Super chats if you got it.
But we were talking about the fact that like if you don't like the word Zionist, fine. But there's a clip of Mandela in 1996 addressing the fact that
talking about
the fact that Israel was occupying part of Lebanon and or Egypt and Syria at the time,
True.
Golan Heights, and he said that Israel has a right to exist secure within its borders. He was a stalwart supporter of the PLO and the cause of Palestinian liberation for sure. But he also recognized that Israel wasn't going to go away. And so he never...
He was a statesman, and he recognized the political reality of the moment. Absolutely. But
I mean, they also identified a lot with Jewish persecution, by the way. It wasn't just about like political realities. People like Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks and Mandela, like they had sympathies for victims of Jewish persecution.
Martin Luther King, that yes, he said a certain thing, but that's like kind
of. He said Israel was the most important democracy in the Middle East. I mean, he was like a pretty.
But that's the thing. That's the thing that there were a whole ton of things that occurred with Israel after his death.
For sure.
For sure. And there, in general, there was a huge reassessment in the Black leftist community or left-wing community of Israel, pretty much like right after he died. And the thing is, it's sort of like, to me, when people kind of speak of MLK as a Zionist, it's sort of like taking someone who, I can't think of someone.
I mean, this was well into. I mean, when did MLK get assassinated? I mean, didn't he get assassinated after the '67 war? I mean, like, there were plenty of like really.
Yes, but there was a lot. There was a lot about Israel that he did not realize was going on at the time, and it's sort of like if you had somebody in the '90s who died before like.
Okay. With your permission, I'm going to fast forward. Actually, without your permission, I'm going to fast forward. And the reason why is because they effectively spend like another, 10, 20 minutes talking about Mandela. And I want to move past Mandela. Because if we're to summarize their points, Hutch is saying that the ANC and Mandela had broad support because they acted in a moral way, even while doing sabotage operations. And this can be correlated with the casualty stats. Okay. So with the howdy, what I miss? Lots of things. You missed a geopolitical Iraq rant. You missed Hutch and Vadim getting into it about Israel-Palestine and Mandela and the ANC. You missed a very passionate rant with LB and with K-Soko and with Biggin Gaming and with a few other people. So you missed a very passionate debate in chat, along with a very passionate Iraq war rant. Now, that being said, though, I'm going to fast forward it past the Mandela stuff because if we're going to summarize it, the ANC over the course of a decade and a half killed 200 people, and a third of them were cops. Okay, and the cops were enforcing a apartheid, racist, segregationist government that was oppressive to large swaths of the South African population. And so as a result, like, do I like killing cops? Absolutely not. Do I think that they could be valid targets in an oppressive regime? Yeah, probably. And so as a result, if you're going to kill anybody in like an insurgency against the government, I guess it has to be cops. I don't like it, but it is what it is. And effectively, I would say a third of the ANC's targets were cops. And then the rest of them, probably, I don't know how many were innocent civilians, quote unquote, but some of their other targets were also members of government and members of the oppressive infrastructure. And so as a result, is that still terrorism? Yeah. Is it still murders and assassination? Yeah. Is it better than just wantonly slaughtering civilians? 100%. And so when you compare those tactics to the tactics of Hamas, I think that the ANC is clearly a better moral actor. Vadim makes the argument that it's all circumstantial and it's based off of like history and culture and region and context. And the ANC would have been more violent if the situations in South Africa were different. I think that's an appeal to environment that can be valid. But at the same time, I think part of the reason why it's so easy to dismiss Palestinian deaths, and by the way, I don't, but I do think that vast swaths of the American population and Israeli population, they dismiss Palestinian death and oppression because Hamas was so abhorrent in their tactics. Yeah. So, and then that's answering H-Lock. Hutch is okay, I guess. Yeah, he's kind of like a progressive lib. He's cringe some of the time, but he's based some of the time. Bull Media Steel Dragon says, the using of Mandela as a human shield to defend Hamas is excruciating. Well, in my opinion, I agree with you. Jeff Lewis says, it's just the Palestinian enthusiasts wanting their Mandela idol for the cause. I mean, kind of. GRT says, you know who would add a lot to this discourse? Mr. Girl. True. LB says, I think it's important to understand why are there terrorists in the first place? No one just wakes up one day and does terrorism. I know, but you're saying things that I don't like. I don't assert that people wake up one day and do a terrorism. I think that people have geopolitical pressures that causes them to lash out, but how they lash out is important. This is like when I punish my son, right? Let's say that I punish my son for something. And then on one hand, he slaps my leg. And on the other hand, he grabs a kitchen knife and stabs me in the ass, right? I'm obviously going to be like, okay, son, you shouldn't hit me, but maybe I came down on you a little bit too hard in reference to this thing. That's something that we can negotiate, right? Whereas if he stabs me in the ass with a kitchen knife, then that's a whole nother level of violence, right? We understand these things, right? Intuitively, we understand these things. I hope so. Anyways, let's see if they moved past Mandela. Why the ass? It's just what came up in my mind. Not my asshole, my butt cheek, okay? Imagine me getting stabbed in the butt cheek versus slapped, okay? Oh, LB, it's also important to realize that not every terrorist is justified in becoming a terrorist. Yes. Straight up. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that Ted Kaczynski just did the Unabomber thing so he could sell his manifesto. Right. I know. All right. Anyways, let's see if they move past Mandela.
Trying to decapitate foreign students with a garden hoe while live streaming it and ordering
Hamas did that.
300 people at a rave and kidnapping babies. I don't think Mandela
Okay.
ever.
All right, still doing Mandela.
You know, just from the point of view of like purely like they fuck themselves by not having that representation there. Like it. There were, I mean, you know that the now that the sorry, I'm like starting to get a little cracked out because I haven't eaten, but the election, you know that the election that was like one of the big things that kind of turned it in Trump's favor, and they did not feel spoken to. And yes, of course, I wanted every single one of those people to vote for Biden, but at the same time, when I see how much they were betrayed, I mean, especially since like we now know that Biden wasn't like actually attempting to get to Israel to do anything like
that's
it's just
that's the kind of rhetoric that I'm talking about that I don't think is helpful, because this idea that the Biden administration didn't do anything is just like patently false. It's just not true. Like this idea that they didn't do anything is crazy. Like the Biden administration is literally the reason why.
Far less than they were saying they were doing behind the scenes.
Okay, and this is my frustration with the lefties who didn't vote for Kamala, who actually could have swayed the election. And what I mean by that is like if a Californian or a Pacific Northwesterner LB didn't vote for the Biden administration, then ultimately that's not going to matter, right? The reason why it's not going to matter is because of the Electoral College. as a result of the Electoral College. If their state is going to go Democrat almost no matter what, then them adding themselves to the popular vote is not going to affect overall national politics. So if you did not vote for Kamala Harris out of some kind of like lefty protest vote, and you ultimately didn't affect the election, I guess good for you. But I think that for most people, particularly in swing states, particularly in states that matter, particularly, and also that energy, if you did that as like an individual conscience thing, but then you drag down people who were in swing states to not vote, I think you're fucking crazy. It is the best way that I can say that. It's not the best way that I can say that, but it's the way that I'm going to say it. So Kamala Harris was never going to endorse 1 million people being ethnically cleansed and moved to Libya. Kamala Harris was never going to endorse starving the Gazan population or being silent about the starvation of the Gazan population. Guess what Trump has done? Things that are infinitely worse than a Biden-Harris administration ever would have done. And so the fact that leftists are like, you know, what's that famous tweet? It's like, Gaza's speaking now, bitch. And that was the tweet that was directed at Kamala Harris on the night that she lost the election. If you gave a shit about Gazans, you would have voted for Kamala Harris, you dipstick. Because between the lesser of two evils, in my opinion, you do have a duty to pick the lesser of two evils. If there's a binary choice, you have to choose the lesser of two evils. I know it sucks. I know being an adult sucks. But it is what it is, ultimately. Boog says, the innate desire of humans to, one, stand out, and two, not feel left behind will always lead to conflict. Appealing to that fact to exonerate either side doesn't solve problems. Agreed. Jeff Lewis says, it'll never be enough because the perspective is perfect and nothing in my opinion. This is why knowing the details is vital. Agreed. Christian Blair says, leftists are such useful pieces of garbage that have such a large microphone in U.S. politics. That's part of the reason why I wanted to do this stream, because I knew that lefties and liberals were going to fight in chat today, and I knew that I was going to fight with leftists today. However, like, this is an important fight. It needs to be had. K-Soko says, chat was fire. I mean, Dylan showed up to counter my smack talk, so what a day. True. Ironside says, have you considered that sticking it to the Dems is more important than not handing an arsler a gun? No, I didn't consider that. Biz D says, I don't think Gaza affected the election in any serious way. It might have. Michigan. Did Michigan go Democrat or Republican? Sorry, 1 second. Google, because like Dearborn has a massive is Arab. It's not Arab. They're like Somali and shit, but it has a massive like Muslim population that's Libyan, maybe not Libyan, Lebanese and Somali. So did Michigan go for Trump in 2024? Following a schism in the state Republican Party, Michigan held 2 Republican nominating contests. That's not it. Let's just do an electoral map. Trump 2024 electoral map. Because if any of those Rust Belt, dude, look at the Rust Belt. This is it, man. Wisconsin, okay? Where is it? Where's Michigan? Why am I blind? Michigan, bro. You lost Wisconsin and you lost Michigan? Yeah, that's bad, man. That's bad. California, Oregon, and Washington are almost assumed Democratic, so that's not going to be lost. You lost purple Florida, although it has swung red. Texas is still red, but it's swinging purple. You lost Pennsylvania, and you lost Michigan and Wisconsin. I'll agree with you that 90% of the Trump swing is economic. I agree with you that 90% of it, and 5% of it is probably extraneous, really like 5% could be like trans issues or some silly shit like that. But I do think that losing Michigan and Wisconsin is a big deal. You can say it's not a big deal. I think it's a big deal. Everything counts. LB says, now I agree. I understand the lesser of two evils. I did vote for Harris reluctantly because I understand Trumpelskin and Project 2025 is far worse. Agreed. Israel rigged the election for Trump. Jesus. Oh, man. By the way, Connor, I'm not a Democrat. That's interesting, LB. How do you identify yourself? Can I ask? Politically? Andrew says, no, I want to be morally pure. Yeah. Well, QC John says, I just came out of a meeting and heard Connor getting verbal harassing a woman and then getting stabbed in the ass. I really need to rewind. True. So hold on. I want to show you something at the risk of getting copyright struck again. I showed you a 30 Rock clip earlier. I'm going to show you it's an Always Sunny clip. Sunny, I want to be pure. So this is an episode where there's like a disease going around, and so everybody gets really paranoid about getting sick. And so Frank puts everyone in the bathroom to isolate them, but then he has a psychotic breakdown, and then he shaves his entire body and covers himself in like...
Yo, Frank! We're not sick!
Yeah, we're fine, dude. Whoa. What the hell is this?
Oh, shit, I think it's hand sanitizer.
Hand sanitizer?
Where's it going?
Frank? Why is there hand sanitizer all over the floor?
Goes in here.
Oh!
Frank?
Oh, my God.
What the hell did you do to yourself?
I just want to be pure.
Dude, we need to... So obviously we're growing, we're getting donos. Grassroots is a huge supporter of the channel, etc. We do have some other people who have thrown cash our way this week as well. Very much appreciate all the support. But I want to get advanced enough. I'm kind of like a tech boomer in a lot of ways. And we don't need like a lot of fancy things in order to have a good stream. But I do like the sound stuff. And so I want to have I just want to be pure soundbite. I want to have that for tankies. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that would be sick if we have like a tanky in chat just like arguing, no, you can't vote for Kamala. Kamala's evil too. And then we just like play that soundbite over and over again. I think that would be sick. I need a soundboard. LB says, Connor, Christian Valeris is being sarcastic because there's no lefty microphone in government. Hold on. I think Christian Valeris is not being sarcastic. He can correct me. There might not be any lefty microphone in government, but I think lefties do dominate social media because they're very loud and very passionate. And therefore, I think progressive liberals oftentimes parrot crazy lefty talking points because they're trying to pander to that online audience. Michigan is hard for anti-gun people to win. Good. You're showing us your butt? No. I'm a progressive or Democrat socialist like Bernie Sanders. I'm a registered independent. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering if you're like, I'm actually a never Trump Republican. I just have some far lefty views. That would have been sick. But it's okay. We can't win them all. I like the one where he goes on the news and is like, I got my gun and I just started blasting. Yeah, we need that. Yeah. What's a tanky? Authoritarian communist. There are people who they apologize for Maoist China and Soviet Russia. And so like Tiananmen Square, where civilians were getting run over by tanks, they like make excuses for that. So that's a tanky. Sorry for distracting from the content. Let's continue. Sometimes I'm the content, okay? Sometimes me yapping at chat is the content.
But this idea that they didn't do anything is just, that's the kind of rhetoric that I think led to, in part, maybe, that contributed to the outcome in November. I just don't think that rhetoric is helpful. Like, Biden is the reason why humanitarian aid got into Gaza in the first place. Their administration was the reason that happened. Israel had no intention to allow humanitarian aid in. And the Biden...
Bruce says, what the fudge? I'm having a hard time giving super chats right now. Is this not a thing? It should be. I don't think we got demonetized or anything. Well, let me take a look. Sorry, that's kind of important because... Who is it? Christian Valeris is... Oh, not Christian Valeris. Christian Valeris is generous some of the time. But... who is it? Grassroots Tetramon was able to give earlier in the stream. I just want to make sure that we can... Other people can as well. Not banned or anything. So... Let me take a look at it on my thing. I don't know if you're on mobile. On desktop, if you click... Ooh, I see what you're saying. Chat... Is it because we watch copyrighted material? Did they demonetize the stream because we were watching copyrighted material? That's a bunch of bullshit. I see the emojis. but I also don't see the dollar sign that I normally see when I donate. I don't think I have the option to send them right now either. That's not good. Uh-oh. Well, I guess you're just going to have to watch some VODs, bro. Oh, yeah, bro, I'm checking now. You are demonetized. Weird. Okay. It could just be the stream, just because we got copyright struck. So not copyright struck, but if you get copyright claimed, I don't know if they demonetize the stream, but they can. Restart the stream. Nah, I don't want to lose all you guys. You got 60 or 70. Super chat me in your heart. Okay? Super chat me in your soul. All right? I'll move on for the memes in a second, but I'm not going to restart the stream. We got 60 people, which is beautiful. That's probably the highest we've gotten on Valor Media Network specifically. We've gotten higher on Counterpoints, but we haven't gotten that high on Valor Media Network before. Excuse me. So no, I want all of you beautiful souls to stay here. So super chat me in your soul, like the stream, engage in the chat, watch the VODs, and we'll fix whatever the monetization issue is. Plug the Patreon. Good point. Patreon.com/counterpoints. I'll go ahead and do that. Let's just assume that because I watched It's Always Sunny and 30 Rock clips, that we got copyright hit for that. Patreon.com/counterpoints. If you want to become a patron, I don't really post anything there, but if you want to give me $5 or $10 a month, feel free to do that. Also, sorry, there was one other way. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's engage with the content. I love you. Thank you for asking.
Administration insisted that they do that.
I think that you guys hinge on this whole like this idea that leftists, people like Hassan and like a few others, kind of like it's like you talk about it as though it was like the downfall of the election. And this is like the first time that I don't think if you look even on my Twitter feed, you'll see something like this, but I've thought this since before the election results came out. I thought there was a good chance we were going to lose. And like, it's just as easy for us to say, like, you guys were the ones who fucked it up by not actually doing what, like taking the measures that needed to be taken when in this whole genocide that has been taking place.
I'm not saying that
I'm not like trying to throw this back at you, but I'm just saying that like that's the way that I think there's an excellent case to be made that if certain things were done differently, that absolutely should have been on Biden's part, that he, Kamala would have won it. So it's just like, I don't know. It's just like I think it's a waste of time to kind of assign blame like that, especially like when.
Wait, no, I just want to clarify.
Are so culpable as well.
I'm not. I want to clarify here. I have never entirely blamed the left on the election. In 2016, yeah, I blame them. Like that. There's just a different. The margins were tighter. The circumstances were different. Yeah, I think the Bernie or bust, like these type of like dirtbag lefty people us. They the entire country. But the Trump's win in 2024, the margins were a bit bigger, and so you can't blame one particular thing or the other. I'm just saying it couldn't have hurt. It couldn't have hurt to have the largest left-wing streamer on Twitch take a firm stance instead of this cowardly audience-captured nonsense. He personally voted for Kamala.
I don't think it was anything.
He knew that if he endorsed Kamala, his own audience would have ripped him to shreds. He knew that for sure. I'm fully confident that that's the reason why he didn't do it. And to me, that's like putting.
And I genuinely think that that it was more about that he felt like in his heart that was just.
He voted for her.
Dude, I don't understand this. There's people that I otherwise like Vadim. Vadim and I have had conversations offline. Not that many, but we had a few. We actually talked about doing, I don't want to say like a collaborative video, but we talked about how media literacy was so important that he needed to do an essay in order to sorry, I'm trying to figure out like PayPal shit so I can give you guys a link. But the excuse me, sorry for clearing my throat. but the surprise flex. That's what that reminded me of. That's another emote that I want. I'll show you a surprise flex in a moment. But Vadim, like I hate his politics, but overall, I think he's like an okay human being. You know what I'm saying? And so when he's like, oh yeah, like I just think Hassan, he was just like trying to do the right thing based on his own conscience. Dude, I think Hassan is such a piece of garbage. I don't understand people that I liking Hassan. I genuinely, I hate that guy. I hate him so much. Sorry for the rant. Continuing.
He too
he voted for her.
Yes. He voted for her, but at the same time, I think that he just like recognized the I don't know. You know what? I don't want to speak on his behalf. It's not my place.
Let me give you another example of a way that I think Hassan is like bad for left-wing politics. So like,
because one thing that I want to throw out there real quick is that you have heaped a lot of praise on Ethan's video about Hassan, and that video is filled with like a billion like bits of misinformation and so.
Is it? Provide them. I'm pretty sure there's like one, right? There's one that's there might be two. One of the things that was incorrect in Ethan's video was that the kidnapped people from the Houthis were released, but they were released a week before the video was released. And so there's no moral point that's incorrect. And then there was also another thing where he used, I think it's Alina Sussant, like ALINA SOUSSAINT. She was a gal, I could get her name wrong, but she was the gal that was kidnapped by Hamas and she was sexually assaulted while in captivity. And he used her testimony as evidence of sexual assaults committed on October 7th. And so what was it? He didn't like that was like another inaccuracy, I guess. But those are like two inaccuracies that don't really change the moral point being made. So if Hutch Vadim wants to assert that Ethan Klein is riddled with inaccuracies, then you're going to need to substantiate that.
So, like,
I think Ethan, for someone who does not consume politics at the level that Hassan does, made Hassan look extremely silly in their debate.
Yeah, but not based on facts. Well, you know what? We'll resume that conversation another time because that's a whole thing. But go on. What were you about to say?
I mean, you don't think that Hassan saying that Arab Israeli Jews could go back to Iraq was unbelievably silly?
Oh wait, you're talking about
in their debate. The
debate.
Yeah. That is a profoundly silly thing to say.
Hear that? I would have to really be reminded of the context and see it.
They were talking about the Jewish exodus from the neighboring Arab states concurrently after the Nakba happened. You know, this is a process that took place over the course of decades, right? It's not like a singular event, but it is the case that Jewish people faced abject anti-Semitism in the neighboring Arab states and found refuge in Israel. And it was like pulling teeth trying to get Hassan to acknowledge this, trauma.
What Hassan was trying to do over the course of that conversation is that what I do remember, I don't remember that specific Iraq statement, but I actually have a post on Twitter about all of this because it was really funny, or if you want to call it that. Basically, Ethan, he played footage from Avi Schleim, right? Who is this?
Yeah, I've seen this critique. Yeah.
Boom! There we go. Boom shakalaka. So I'm sorry for being absent for the past 5 minutes. However, I did share a PayPal business link in the chat. So if we're temp demonetized right now because I watch copyrighted content, I'll obviously check with the monetization issues on the back end. But if we're temp demonetized, then I'm going to go ahead and use the PayPal link. So PayPal link is in chat. I think I saw at least 2 people asking about it. So if you do want to share your glorious wealth with us, then please do a PayPal, and then I'll try to figure out the other thing. Kamala was a weak candidate. Now Tim Waltz, that's my dad. Based. You're right. Your sexism is incorrect. We should have had a male Democrat running. God, I effing hate his voice. I'm not a huge fan of his voice. Valor should get a Streamlabs set up. I do. I have to fix all my back end. I'm sorry. You could pin a PayPal. That's what we were talking about. So that was from Bud. And then I think I saw H-Lock and somebody else talking about it as well. So that one's done. Then a lot of Bernie bros voted for Trump because they wanted chaos, in my opinion. Yeah, there were accelerationists that 100% went right this last cycle. Kingslayer said it wasn't even a week. It was like 3 days before Ethan's video dropped. Yeah, exactly. So people criticizing Ethan Klein for that is crazy pants. AOC split the ticket with Trump for the same reasons. That's interesting. That in the future, economic redistributivists might split between AOC and Trump. That's an interesting observation. Vadim knows nothing about foreign policy. Lol, he is like Kyle Kulinski. Kyle Kulinski actually reads stuff. He regurgitates inaccurate things, and he has the same like Tulsi Gabbard, anti-deep state, contrarian bullshit. So I wouldn't say that Kyle Kulinski is wholly uninformed. I don't think that's accurate. I also don't think Vadim is wholly uninformed, but I do think he's 100% bought in ideologically to his position, and he doesn't make concessions to exterior tribal groups. Like Hutch is effectively a progressive liberal. He's about as far lefty as you get if you're going to like a normal person cocktail party. Hey, it's Vadim, in my opinion. He's about as far lefty as you get if you go to a cocktail party in the Pacific Northwest or California. Eben says, Nakba, 500,000 Jews being essentially kicked out of all MENA states, just short of 1 million. Why is everyone ignoring by everyone? So Eben, as we like to pronounce it here. Eben, I would have to look up the timeline, but what I essentially understand, and leftists would call me a double Nakba conspiracy theorist by stating this, but it seems like during the British Mandate, everybody, the Palestinians and the Israelis, they weren't Israelis at the time, but you know, the Jews who wanted a sovereign state, they were jockeying for position pretty much the entire time during the British Mandate. And so they all had the writing on the wall that when the Brits left, it was going to be a scramble for territory. And so it seemed like the Palestinians were militarily preparing, and it seemed like the Israelis were militarily preparing. And then it seems like they did the Nakba, the military operations, in order to secure what they believe to be their territory. And then, it seems like the expulsions were in response. I don't know if that's chronologically accurate. So I don't know if it's a double Nakba. I don't know if it's simultaneous. I don't know the timeline. I don't know why people justified what they did when they did it. I don't know. I know the name of at least like 2 cities. I don't have them off the top of my head, but I could find them, where there were Israeli massacres of civilians within the cities. Even within the narrative of one of the massacres, though, there was armed resistance where the people of that city did, shoot back, basically. Israeli militias came into the city, and then the Palestinians started resisting with small arms fire, and then the Israelis conducted a massacre in response to the resistance. So I know all of that happened, but I'm fuzzy on the chronology. I like Kyle, but he's a little too loose with his words. Yeah. You got to be careful with that contrarian anti-state crap. It basically lets you become a conspiracy theorist without double checking any of your stuff. GRT says, if there's any legitimate threat to American ideals right now, it's 100% populism on both sides. Agreed, GRT, which makes us unpopular. It's unpopular to criticize populists. Who knew? Joda Boy says, yeah, a lot of people who voted Trump also voted AOC. Yeah, they just want economic redistributivism, and they don't care where it comes from. Well, QC, and by the way, I'm not like dogging economic redistributivism. I just think that populism, I did a joke yesterday about how it's effectively just promising pizza every day and promising more ice cream days and promising extending nap time when you're running for student council. That's what populism is. Well, QC John says, Connor, what's your thoughts on Dem's new strategy of trying to talk to working class men from luxury hotels? I'm in a signal chat for Washington, D.C., and it has a bunch of like Dem operators in it, and it has a couple of funders in it. And I said, listen, guys, I'll save you $20 million. Okay. Give me, hold on. Tell men that you're going to make sure that they can have access to decent jobs. that they'll be able to afford having a life and finding their romantic partner, whether they're gay or straight, doesn't matter. And that once they find their partner, they will be able to afford their families. Speak to the quote unquote economic anxieties of the modern American. And you'll win. Like, if you zero in on the working class schlub making $7 an hour, working $60 a week in order to bust ass to not pay bills for his dog shit cell phone service, dog shit car insurance, and you promise to make his life better, you will win. Talking about how, you know, men need to get on board for the big win by conceding political territory to minorities and women and gays, and how they need to stop being so microaggressive. Keep doing it if you want, but you're going to lose every single time. It's crazy to me how allergic some Democrats are to like victory. Eben says, to be 100% clear, these aren't meant to be as morally loaded as everyone goes with it. India and Pakistan had movements of millions of people between each other at literally the same time in history. It's a question of whether or not it's voluntary, right? If all the Israelis went to an Israeli territory and lived in an Israeli territory, nobody would give a shit. If all of the Palestinians voluntarily moved to a predominantly Palestinian territory, nobody would give a shit. It's a fact that it's forced at the barrel of a gun. That's why people care. Commander Haircut says, and for some reason they think Trump is too. AOC was baffled when she heard this from her constituents. Yeah. When they were talking about in the signal chat, not, you know, I'm not mentioning names, but there was some confusion about why the Democrats took the tack that they did, and how it's ringing hollow in the exterior world. But there was also a question about like what Democrat men disproportionately support. And the Democrat that came up over and over again for young men was Yang. Yang came up over and over and over again. And guess what Yang talks to? Economics, economic anxiety, the future economy, and how to have some level of economic justice for working class people. It was almost his entire platform. Jeff Lewis says, I think the Jews just wanted it more and were able to leverage their war skills learned from World War II, which is how they won. That might be a simplification, but I'm not opposed to it. Sacred Snow says, I'm okay with Kyle because he's able to coalition build and supports lesser evil come election time. I disagree with him a lot, though. He's incredibly confidently ignorant. Yep. Christian Valeros, I think, says it best. You don't have to agree with me, but this is my assessment as well. Kyle is just left-wing Dave Smith. Are you wrong? Are you wrong? Actually caring about men would be a good start for Dems. Yeah. But how will we reach them in their clan meeting? I'm joking. LB shit stirring again in chat. So Eben says, none of this was voluntary. India and Pakistan forced it. The MENA states forced it via violence. Israel forced it via violence, the way the world was then. Sure. But that's why we care about it. And then obviously we care less about India and Pakistan because effectively, if I remember correctly, that was a result of the withdrawal of the British as well, and Muslim and Hindu India, because it wasn't considered Pakistan. Pakistan was a new country. India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Bangladesh and Pakistan were the new predominantly Muslim formations to the northwest and northeast of India. And then India became a majority Hindu nation. So, yeah. LB says, Democratic, Connor, you sound like you're MAGA when you use a singular word when it's plural. Yeah, my wife says that all the time. She hates me for it. You're right. All right. I parasocially love you guys, but my brain is getting tired from reading. Caleb says, hey, man, are you planning on streaming this to the channel for a while? What's up? And what about Destiny's new law cuck lol? For real, just Josh, and at least I found the channel for him. Yeah. So, sorry, let me take a look real quick. So I'm live on this channel 4 days a week. I'm live on Valor Media Network. On Tuesdays, I'm live on Counterpoints. And Chris, thank you for your donation. I did get a donation from Chris. I appreciate you. You're a king. You're a king amongst men, Chris. So, hold up. let's read this. Law cuck. So law cuck for real. Okay. So there's this guy. I'm going to share it. Thank you, Chris. Cheers. I appreciate you. There's this guy who's called Zoomer Attorney Zoomer something, Zoomer Law. I watched his video the other day. The Zoomer Attorney. Is it the Zoomer Attorney? I literally commented on his shit the other day, and I'm subscribed to him as well. Destiny court case. I'm sorry if this seems like a weird pause, but it's actually, it's kind of, I don't want to say it's important. It's important to DGG. Is this what you're talking about? No, it couldn't have been. This was from the past 48 hours. Why did I get his name wrong? Anyways, I'm sorry if I can't find it. Somebody else could probably find it. But there's a young attorney who reviewed the court transcript from yesterday. And effectively, he thinks that the case is going to get dismissed. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but I actually watched that the other day. And what he's saying is that the federal court, if they don't have standing because the law is not retroactive, the court case could be dismissed instantaneously. And also, Pixie's team asked for an emergency injunction. But when they got to the court, they didn't have any basis for the emergency. And so as a result, the judge was kind of like chastising them before the court case even began. So, yeah. So basically, he's saying, he could be biased. He sounded pretty intelligent to me. But he was saying that he thinks there's a 90% chance that the court case is going to get dismissed. He was also saying that based off of the way that Pixie's counsel was acting, he thinks that it could be the judge is not going to like Pixie's team after the shit that they pulled. And that's kind of what he said. So if we're talking about that law cuck, that's what we're talking about. She brings you pancakes and pickles. What's not to love? It's true. It's not Pisco. It's somebody else. Yang is one of the very few Americans that understands why UBI needs to be a policy discussion for the coming future. True. If I may, based. True. Another lawyer has been speaking with Destiny, but that dude seems based. True. Kingslayer says, if you are a gun controller Democrat, remember I own a gun doesn't equal I'm okay with you owning a gun. I own a gun makes you sound like you like guns for me, but not for thee. Well said, Kingslayer. I agree with you. So he is Christians. Also, how are you going to complain about another lawyer when fucking Pisco exists? Yeah. Pisco has he has obviously distanced himself quite aggressively from DGG, which was not massively advantageous to him. So anyways, I'm sorry for yapping. I got distracted again. I got brain fog. But I think that what's happening is the Deem, he has brain fog. And so he's transmitting that through osmosis through the screen. And he's giving me brain fog, which is how chat is distracting me so aggressively today. So let's stop that.
Right. And basically, the entire time, he was just trying to inject the other aspect of Avi Schleim's argument, which kind of discusses how...
But Ethan was not justified.
The Nakba contributed to the way in which it contributed to that. And Ethan actually, like, Hassan was trying to communicate two major things in that the entire time, and they were in the interview that he was pulling from with Avi Schleim in the same exact interview, and he didn't, I don't know if. But
Ethan was never I think one of the things that you guys struggle with is that Ethan was not.
Here it is. I found it. I remembered. It wasn't the Zoomer attorney. It was the Gen Z attorney. So right here, this guy. So if you want to look at the analysis, this is from 12 days ago. But it's effectively this dude. He's a lawyer. He's a state attorney. He's a public defender. He's good enough in order to get into the JAG office of the Air Force. And he's reviewing the court docs for Pixie's thing. And he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he says that there's effectively a 90% chance that this is getting dismissed.
suggesting that everything that happened during the Nakba was like was justified. His point was generally that you guys are so eager to contextualize violence on one side and attribute it to trauma, and there's no similar effort whatsoever to contextualize like anti-Jewish violence or anti-Jewish persecution and like dig into their reasons.
But that's not true, because again, the information that he was trying to, that is Hassan was trying to inject into the discussion, which, you know, he was basically trying to fill out what Avi Schleim has to say about all of that. It contains the acknowledgement of the trauma that they went through that, but it kind of like puts it into perspective. It kind of, I mean, I can show you the, I'm looking for.
What's your big disagreement? What's your top-down disagreement with Ethan? Like, what do you actually disagree about?
I mean, first of all, Ethan was someone who I really dug for an extremely long time. He's been really nice to me, by the way. Like, he tweeted out a few of my videos, which was really cool. Like, he really didn't do that very often with other people, and I found that like to be like super flattering. So I've never come at a place of like, I think
sure.
So I may, like, if you look at my posts about him on Twitter, I will you know, I could see how somebody could look at them and be like, what the f- are you talking about?
No, I'm not even familiar with all that. I just want to know, like, from a top level perspective, what are the big things that you disagree about?
My mom texted me. She says, don't groom on camera and don't say that I told you to stop. No, Ma, I'm going to brush on camera. I need a silky smooth beard.
It's about, hold on, I actually like, I'm looking because I thought this might come up. And again, this whole conversation is something that I think that like I would love to talk to you about like more in depth sometime. But yeah, so this is just a small list of things that I think he's done that are really reprehensible and show kind of like bad faith on his part. May not be bad faith. It might just be due to him like literally having some sort of mental illness and not like.
I hate it when you guys do that. I hate it when you guys do that.
I mean, I usually I hate that too, but I actually feel like by saying that I am being generous with Ethan, because I would rather this behavior be explainable through something like that than
it's because Hassan's community viciously savaged him and his wife.
No.
Everybody say hi to Grandma Points. I don't know if she's still watching. She texted me about 30 minutes ago, but everybody say hi to Grandma Points. Hi, Grandma Points. Hi.
That's what happened.
I've come to that. If I was living in a vacuum and I like just saw purely his behavior on his show, I would come to I'm positive I would come to the same decision or
you know what, how this all started, right? The rift between them, like the original sin. Like it started because Second Thought, are you familiar with him? You're familiar with him.
Yes.
Second Thought did a podcast. He has a podcast that he does called Deprogram. And shortly after October 7th, him and his podcast host said that there are no such thing as Israeli civilians. They're all targets. They're all valid military targets. And Ethan watched other people in the left-wing space like embrace that kind of rhetoric. And he was trying to get Hassan to condemn that kind of rhetoric. And Hassan, it was like pulling teeth. Hassan was doing the thing that you're kind of doing, where it's like, well, no, you kind of have to understand, like, this is the reason. You get into these like historical context, but he wasn't making any space for the fact that like a Jewish man who is a Israeli citizen might be kind of alarmed when they see it and like a pretty big left-wing creator, basically suggests that Ethan is a valid military target.
So hold on. This is the crux of the issue. I'm so happy that Hutch is just like laser focused in on this. Obviously, we're already like 2 hours into the debate, so kind of I can't cry over spilt milk, I guess. But this is the crux of the issue. Okay, this is what sparked my passionate rant. With chat earlier. This is Ethan's major objection with the far left in reference to Israel-Palestine. This is my objection to the far left with Israel-Palestine. This is Hutch's objection to the far left in Palestine. And Hutch Vadim is presented with a choice. He can actually come out and just say, I think that there are plenty of passionate lefties who are trying to rationalize why armed resistance is justified, but I do think murdering civilians, regardless of context, is bad. I think the intentional murder of civilians is bad. He could just say that. He could just own that. The other option is he could sweep and he could obfuscate. And don't think we don't notice, right? When center-right people and centrist people and center-left people are calling out far lefties in order to say, hey, say it. Say murdering civilians is bad. Say murdering civilians is bad. Say murdering civilians is bad. It's not because we're trying to struggle session you into agreeing with us. It's we're trying to make sure that you're not like total degenerate, evil psychopaths. And plenty of people will just keep sweeping past it over and over and over again. And ultimately, the only conclusion that we can infer, Gen X, I hope you heard me use infer properly. The ultimate conclusion that we can infer is that you think that killing civilians intentionally is valid. You think that it's justified resistance. You think that you can look a man, woman, or child in the face and you can just be like, you're on the wrong team, bop. That's it. So if we're wrong, if we're presuming things that aren't true, feel free to justify us. No, it's not the same coin. LB, this is what we don't agree on. I think that there is a moral difference between collateral damage, minimizing. Oh, hold on. We had it earlier. It was the 3 points on the spectrum of violence. Trying to avoid civilian casualties. That is a moral attempt. Then there's trying to minimize collateral damage. That is a moral attempt. Then there is just wantonly targeting civilians. That is an immoral, it's not even amoral, it's an immoral act. And so you are conflating 3 issues on the spectrum of violence and you're saying it's all the same. And I'm not going to go on another 10-minute rant. I think you're fundamentally incorrect to conflate these 3 things. And if you conflate these 3 things, and if you go with the by any means necessary moral edict, do not be surprised when the quote unquote oppressive power structures, when they say, fuck it. You want to go medieval? You want to go scorched earth? You want to pretend civilians are valid military targets? We can do that too, bitch. Don't be surprised. I wasn't calling you the B word. I'm saying like, don't be surprised when the state says that, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's like lefties, I don't know, man. They're playing with fire. They're playing with fire and they don't realize how much worse war can be. Christian Blair says, second thought, review supercars, which is more annoying than him being a tanky terror supporter. Yeah, how does that work, by the way? How does that work, by the way? This is how hollow leftism is in the United States. This guy advocates for like socialist revolution and tanky LARPing bullshit. And instead of taking his incredible wealth that he's generated and starting like food banks, he just reviews supercars. Rich people want fascism 4 days ago, 230,000 views. And then here's him reviewing $250,000 cars. I don't know. What's his supercar channel? This guy would piss me off to no end. Is this it? Is it redriven? Is that his? But dude, if I saw a socialist advocating for violent revolution in the United States and then I see him driving a Maserati, I'm gonna shit blood. Sorry, Ma. Sorry for cussing and saying something gross, but I can't deal with that level of cognitive dissonance. I think I would freak out. Yeah, sorry. That's too far from me. Like, I can call out Hassan spending millions of dollars on his house and a Porsche and a $10,000 dog and going to Coachella and all that kind of stuff. I can still wrap my head around that. Being a socialist revolutionary who drives Maseratis and Lamborghinis for fun, it's so alarming to me that I think it threatens to give me a stroke. Oh, the D program is the best place to get history if you want to pretend Russia and China never did anything wrong. I think I would rather eat glass. I would rather eat glass. Yeah. All right. Anyways, LB, I'm not going to let you trigger me. Maybe I will. Hold on. Don't those Abrahamic books condone all this stuff? Does that mean it's good, LB? Do you think it's good for people to live Old Testament style? I thought we had evolved. I thought we had evolved morally. All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to have a stroke if I keep reading.
Yeah, he was.
That's how it started.
By a lot of things, and that's a completely natural, understandable reaction.
Okay.
But, I mean, but there are so many. I mean, like I can't speak to that specifically.
GRT, I hate your comments so much because there's people on Twitter who unironically say this. Oh my God.
Because and I'd be totally, like I mentioned that this would be a good thing to talk about another time. I would totally talk about that specifically when we do.
I was saying that's what started this whole thing. That's what started this whole thing.
Because I would have to like look at it more closely to like really speak at it about it definitively. But do you want me to give you more?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
what is he said that you say is reprehensible?
I mean, like, if you look, first of all, he's launched a lot of campaigns against
people who support killing civilians. Vadim, is that how you're going to finish that sentence?
Are you going to say Frogan?
But both Arab and not Palestine. Well, maybe some Palestinian.
You attack them because they're Arab.
Yeah, I think he is extremely racist.
Hang on. Frogan said leftists foam and preach at the mouth at the thought of revolution, but when it happens.
Ethan is extremely racist for calling out Apologia for murdering civilians. Amazing take, Vadim. Amazing.
Happens in the Middle East. People they clutch their pearls. That's a pretty. I mean, to that kind of reaction to 1,200 Israeli Jewish people murdered, not even just Israeli Jewish people. For her to say, guys, this is just revolution.
She tweeted.
They weren't even murdered at that point.
That I'm not co-signing it, but she tweeted that like literally minutes after it. Like she woke up right when it was happening. This is way before.
No, people knew that. No. Hold on. It had already been widely reported that it was civilians that were being targeted.
And not just that, dude. She tweeted that in the context. This is the other thing that drives me crazy. Okay, these guys are just murderous sacks of garbage. Okay, this isn't in the context of Israel killing 65,000 people. This isn't in the context of 200,000 people dying. This is happening within the context of like the in general encroachment of Israeli over like Israel, the West Bank and Gaza over time. And we actually, on October 7th, in the morning, we're watching videos of that poor Philippine like foreign worker getting his head cut off with a garden implement. And we were watching them like parading around Shawnee Luke's body, holding up her dreadlocks like she was a hunting trophy while her corpse was in the back of a light pickup truck. We were looking at videos of Hamas from CCTV cameras walking into gas stations and shooting people hiding in the refrigerator. We were watching civilians cowering inside their homes and inside bunkers, and Hamas militants taking hand grenades and rolling them towards families. Like, we were watching this live. This wasn't gunfights with the IDF. This wasn't gunfights with armed IDF soldiers. This was Hamas militants gleefully murdering civilians and posting it to Twitter. The fact that we have to bend fingers in order to get people to condemn these actions is, I'm just going to use a swear word, sorry, Mom, fucking insane. It's fucking insane that they're acting like they have the rational position. No, it turns out murder is bad. Okay? Murder is bad. LB, don't trigger me.
Like the kibbutzim were being targeted.
It was not. This was like literally within like the first 30 minutes. There was not like any I mean, according to like what she said, and also I've looked at the timestamps, and they all, you know, it fits. But again, like these are things that I came into this conversation like I go over my notes. And you're saying he attacked her because she's Arab, and he attacked her because she said certain things. He has said so many things in relation to her that are so fucking Islamophobic and
examples. I would love to hear examples. Please give me examples.
Racist.
Like what?
I would be, well, that's why I'm saying. Okay. I'm just giving you an overview of what the problem that I have with him right now. And if I knew that we were going to get way into this, I would have all of those. Like next time, I'll give you the answers to every single question you're asking right now.
This idea that
Ethan is a super racist who has attacked Frogan, who was glorifying the October 7th terrorist attacks. He has said unjustified racist attacks against Frogan. Okay, let's take that for granted. What are those comments? I don't know, bro. I would have to research it first. Come on, man. Come on.
He's Islamophobic.
He is
pretty wild to me.
He absolutely is. I mean, it's difficult not to be when you lean into something like Zionism, because the fact of the matter is that one, yeah, or any like political philosophy that at its heart kind of like
he called it a genocide, like
yeah, he's
day
called it a
7.
genocide. He's also gone back and forth on that so many times. He said things.
He was certainly willing to concede that Israel has been barbaric in their application of violence and subjugation against Palestinians.
Yeah,
he's never indicated anything otherwise.
Listen. Let me just go through some other things, and I
don't want him to go through any other things, right? You have to understand the frustration when you do like online political and debate. I know I haven't done a lot of debates recently, but what happens is there's good faith and bad faith people who engage in conversation, okay? And some people don't have all the evidence lined up and they're being good faith. They're genuinely saying, I don't have the information at hand. I desperately want to show it to you. I know I've seen it before. I want to show it to you later. And then there are people who do this in a bad faith way, where what they want is they want to get onto a platform and say what they want to say unchallenged. And if they're challenged, they'll say, oh yeah, I'll get that information to you later. But they don't actually care about getting the evidence in order to support their position. They just want to be able to articulate their position on a platform. And so I'm not saying that I would actually do this, because I actually like it when content flows. I don't like to kill the stream, but sometimes I like to kill the streams and force people to prove what they're asserting. He has made a bold claim, which is that Ethan Klein has used his platform in order to be racist against Frogan. That's what he said. And when he asked whether or not he had evidence of it, he said he needed to go look it up. It should be relatively easy in order to go find that. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and take a look. Ethan Klein, racist towards Frogan. Let's see if they have anything. Ethan's obsession with Frogan is alarming. Right before making AB uncomfortable. Desperate for some of that Ethan industrial ad revenue. Let's take a look at it. Why is Ethan obsessed with Frogan? He says that he hates the things she supports says, but she thinks the same way most proud Palestinians think, especially if you grew up Muslim and or Arab. I hope her mental health is okay and that her family and friends are safe. It's mind-blowing how Ethan doesn't see the attacking an openly Muslim woman constantly to his millions of followers is dangerous. She always initiates. There's always one of her tweets first. She's the one who freaked out about him unfollowing her. Does he not realize that everything isn't about him and his feelings? Like, what is he after? How hurt can he be while playing poker and begging the Try Guys to come on his podcast? Meanwhile, many of us are scared that our family members may not make it out alive. Okay, so someone's being mean to a Jew and the Jew's being mean back. That's not racism. Okay. Right before making AB uncomfortable, Ethan Klein crashes out on Frogan again, calls her a disgusting bigot, wants her permanently banned, and says she's going to have a panhandle since she can't beg online anymore. So let's take a look at it.
Yeah.
The fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
By the way, I found this statement very telling. She says they had the audacity to make Sabra the staple hummus. Can I ask you a question? What did she mean by they? What did she mean?
Jews.
What did she mean by they?
Yeah, the Jewish people.
I'm being. Is there any other way to interpret that?
Yeah, you could just interpret it like mainstream culture, but okay. And a Jewish guy who's paranoid about anti-Semitism and the worst terrorist attacks since 9/11 is a little suspicious that somebody who's attacked him over his support for the state of Israel is mildly paranoid that she's being derogatory to Israelis or Jews, which is she's done in the past. Is this racism?
Is there any other way to interpret that she meant Jews by they? Being as generous and as charitable as
I would say that if you're being as generous and charitable as possible, you could say the United States government, or not even the government, because the government wouldn't pick the hummus of the United States of America. But you could say like the American general pop culture.
Possibly can to her. Okay, she clearly means Jews, right? Mm-hmm. So she says they, and you go back to the tier list when they try to pretend that it's like, oh, it's just about hummus. What are you doing? She just said they, as in Sabra is literally Jewish food. She makes that.
It is Jewish food. It's partially owned by an Israeli company.
That association in her fucking brain, which proves that she is a disgusting bigot who went on stage and exhibited open anti-Semitism and lied about it. So why did you call Sabra they hummus? Fuck that. She should be permanently banned.
I think that's too sensitive. That's not as far as I go, but that's not open. That's not racism. Thinking that somebody is being racist to you and then calling them a piece of shit isn't racism.
Fuck that. Just a disgusting bigotry. And the way that anti-Semitism is any other Arab country.
I'm not accepting that as evidence. And then this is something critical of her. And then I don't know what this is, but it's a podcast reviewing this and asking Ethan Klein to stop being so mean to Frogan. Okay. I found off of cursory search, I have not been able to find any racism. So if anybody wants to link me some racism or tell me where to find racism from Ethan Klein, feel free to do so. Citations. Orange shirt kind of sounds like Sam Cedar. You talking about Hutch? Maybe. People are so wussy. Well, I agree with you there, LB. The powers that be. Yes, she meant Jewish people is a dog whistle. Even if it wasn't, I don't necessarily care about that. Is her calling? Let's not assume. Let's not assume that she's referring to Jewish people. Let's just say that she's saying American pop culture. Is Ethan, in the context of what's going on in society right now, right to be a little jumpy about people who are critical of him? Yeah, probably. Is that racism? No. Evan says, no, that would be Zog to them. It's obviously about Jews. Oh, you guys are being more mean than I am. You guys are being crazy. Is that a white thing? Yeah, it's a white thing. Old school. Old school. You're so late, bro. You're so late, bro. Yeah, Sabra is an Israeli company. It's supposed, like, according to people who like hummus, it's a very mid hummus. And yeah, so it's funny. Just beyond the design says it's microaggressions. They're so small, no one can see them. Yeah, what the hell? Also, since she said all Israelis should go back to Brooklyn, that's racist. It's funny. It's racist. That's racist as fuck. Yeah, all Israelis should go back to Brooklyn. Dude, the Ashkenazi, the people from Europe, they went to Israel or they went to the United States of America. Not all the Ashkenazis went to America first. That's crazy. Okay. I'm fine with that. LB, yeah. So LB says, Connor, I'm telling you, it's a racist dog whistle. They meaning Jewish people. Well, you know what's funny about that? If I remember the context as well, that's within the and she also, I think on that same podcast says that one of her cousins died as a Hezbollah militant and had an Xbox gamer tag with Hezbollah, you know, in his gamer tag. So yeah, you know, so pretending that she's not like fans of jihadists, I think is crazy. But then not just that, but I think that entire conversation was in the context of not only how much does Sabra suck, but also how did Sabra become the most popular hummus brand in the United States? So I really would not be surprised if she was referring to Jews. I'm trying to be extra charitable because we obviously only have like 20 seconds of context, but still. Yeah. Anyways. Are we being gas lamped, chat? Yes, you're being gas lamped. All right, sorry, let's continue.
I wish I hadn't brought this up because again,
sorry, why does this gamer tag go so hard? Hezbollah Ebola 9420. That is a crazy gamer tag. I'm gonna leave that up for a minute.
Like I would be able to counter everything that you're saying if I just had
why did she leave the tweet up? Why did she leave the tweet up? Why wouldn't she delete that tweet?
Because the fact that she like, you know what? I don't want to speak on her behalf. Like,
don't you think that's reprehensible though? She's straight up glorifying killing families on the kibbutzim, and
you really want to look at if you really want to go through this, we can take a look at it. I will get it for you right now.
Isn't that reprehensible?
Wait, hold on.
He's not going to be able to answer it.
Okay, let's take a look at it. Okay, so Rogan. By the way, one thing that a lot of people think that she posted. Commonly, when that tweet is reposted, there's a picture that accompanies it that shows like a field, and it's basically like, you know, the field where the rave took place, and it just looks like that there's no violence in it, but there's like trash everywhere, and you can tell that some like crazy shit has gone down. Someone like added that to the retweet that gets put out.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
It makes it look like she was looking at that and she posted it. So I don't know if you knew that. So I'm trying to find. I have all of these tweets. Like I have extensive notes on all this, but
why wouldn't she delete the tweet though?
But let's look at the tweet. She said something to the effect of,
let's look at it then. Yeah. Let's look at it. I just read it word for word. It's leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong.
So LB, I appreciate you that we viciously disagree on violence, and yet you are more aggressive about racism than I am. I think that's actually pretty funny. I feel like you're simultaneously like if I had to say it, like I'm getting tired, so bear in mind if this is not the most charitable sentence. I feel like I have an infinitely better position on violence than you do. Like to the point that I want to grab you by the shoulders and shake you and scream at you that your position sucks. Okay, that's where I'm at on your position of violence. Now, that being said, I feel like you're a better person than me in some regards because I'm trying to be charitable to her being racist, and you're like, no, call a spade a spade. And sometimes I'm very naive when it comes to other people being bad faith, just because I try to be extra charitable. Now, you do ask an important question, though, which is, are gamer men sexually repressed? Yes, is the answer to that question. What's with all the X's? So the X's aren't a sex thing. It's to differentiate your tag from other people's tags. Because as an example, I had like Irish car bum as my gamer tag. But I did RO15CAR6OM6 in order to differentiate it from anybody else who took Irish car bomb, because other people took Irish car bomb. But in order to differentiate your tag, you can take a tag that's really popular, like I don't know, Gooner, right? and you can put triple X Gooner, triple X on the end, and then you can change the capitalization. And even though somebody else has the original tag, you can get a similar tag that people are only going to read the center of it. So that's an amazing gamer tag. As a matter of fact, I should do that. Should be my gamer tag. Oh, you guys are getting so pissed at Vadim. I appreciate it. Oh, I love it. You're saying the triple X's are cringe? I don't know. I like them. For me, I haven't seen a triple X gamer tag in a decade, so seeing it again in the wild is actually like really refreshing. Triple A and triple B wouldn't work. Well, but then people might actually try to read it. They might try to read it as like or gooner. Like they'll try to read it. Whereas if you put the X's at the beginning and the end, then they're not going to read it. All right, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. You're having too much fun. So am I, though. So am I.
So she is obviously saying, this is what revolution looks like, and this is good. That is what she's saying, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, yes, but she said that before. What she was advocating for there, because do you have the
look? Wait, hold on. But wait. There's more to the tweet. It's actually a thread. She replied to that own tweet by putting in quotation marks civilian deaths. Okay, still, where was this energy for Palestinians all these years?
This is you, LB. No offense, but this is you. Where murder of children becomes justified because of civilian deaths in the past. Whereas I would say intentionally murdering civilians is unacceptable no matter who's doing it.
She knew that these were civilian, like the civilians were dying.
That was after, exactly. Look at that. How much after, there's like at least, there's more time.
Okay. Sorry, we're having an Irish car bomb controversy in chat, so let's address this real quick. GRT says the vibe is very 2006 emo coded. Well, guess what I was listening to in 2006? My Chemical Romance, Taking Back Sunday. Who else? I'm trying to think of who else, but let's face it. Oh, The Strokes, Taking Back Sunday, My Chemical Romance, Supervillains. Anyways, the point is I was very emo. I was like an angry stoner emo boy in the 2000s. Sacred Snow says, Irish car bombs are such a normalized drink name and apparently very unknown outside the US. My Brit gamer friends were incredibly taken aback and offended by it. So I like Irish car bombs hits different with Brits. I did that once where I was drinking with Brits and I ordered an Irish car bomb and they were like, what is wrong with you? And I was like, listen, man, let's just say, as much as I'm moral frogging about, I don't know, murder of civilians right now, I was not willing to tolerate the moral frogging about Irish car bomb. I'll admit it. I used LB's line of argumentation to justify the name being called Irish car bomb, because I was like, listen, if you didn't want Irish car bombs to become a popularized thing in Irish culture, like I'm ethnically Irish, right? If you didn't want that to be a thing, then I don't know, maybe you shouldn't have starved tens of thousands of people to death in the 19th century and forced them to flee their homes to a new world. And maybe you shouldn't have conquered like 25% of a country and just held on to it for a few centuries, right? Like I didn't kill a few 100,000 people through starvation. And I also didn't even kill any, what is it, like Protestant paramilitaries or, British soldiers. I haven't done any of that crap. I'm not guilty of any of that. I'm just guilty of ordering an insensitively named drink, blow it out your butt. Christian Blair says Vadim is sleep deprived. Dude, this guy has like night terrors like all the time. I swear to God, he needs Jesus. Ironside is X is just a cool letter. You got like X-Men and stuff. Sure. I agree with you. Base. Connor pulled up that Uno Reverso. Yeah. All right. It sucks. You caught me in hypocrisy. I'm telling LB to be more sensitive about terrorism, and then I end up just getting like totally annihilated in my own argument because I'm like, yeah, Irish terrorism is funny though. Do I need help? Yeah, LB says, listen, I'm an 80s baby. Tragedy can still be funny like slavery jokes if it's done well. Do I need help? Yeah, I think we all do. I'm sorry for interrupting so much, but we're having fun in chat. Oh, okay. Sorry, let's continue. Stop it, Connor. Stop it.
Time that passed after that.
He posted that one at
and
12:39 p.m. Wait, hold on.
There's another one that is more clarifying, where she says something to the effect of, like, a statement that is very close to what that World War II, that Holocaust survivor said about the actions, like basically. And look, man, I feel like this is unfair, because this is, again, something that I would.
No, but you were insinuating that Ethan was attacking her because she was Arab and
no! Come on, man. My mom's watching the stream. What are you doing? First I get caught brushing my hair and beard, and then AF Racing says, they're after me, lucky bombs. Oh my God. I'm turning that into a t-shirt. Oh my God. I'm snipping this for my artist. I'm crying. You made me cry. Oh, shit. I'm sorry for laughing in your ear so hard. I know I'm being fucking annoying. Okay? I know. I'm just imagining the t-shirt. We're gonna get sued so fast. Oh God. Oh my God, I'm crying. I have tears coming out of my eyes. Oh. Oh God. LB says, got a jet, folks. Be well. Thanks for hanging out, LB. Even if we got a little spicy easier. Okay. Ow. I laughed so hard my jaw hurt, and my I peeked. Take care, guys. I laughed so hard I had like almost the verge of like muscle spasms in my face. My jaw hurt and I cried. I'm sorry. That is fire merchandise. AF. If I don't know how big of a channel we are, right? Like, I don't know how big we're going to be in the future, but let's just say a few years down the road, let's say we got a few 100,000 subs. We're making good money. We're paying bills. We got some extras, and I have a merch store. And let's say the merch store has they're after me Lucky Bombs t-shirt, and it's the Lucky Charms guy, obviously drawn a little bit differently in order to avoid getting sued. And it says they're after me Lucky Bombs, and he's wearing like a suicide vest, and he has like an Armalite, and he's wearing like a Irish flag bandana or some shit. And let's say that those things sell like hotcakes. Let's say we literally sell like hundreds or thousands of them. And so as a result, I've made like $5,000 off of their After Me Lucky Bombs t-shirts. Please email me and I'm going to send you like 20%, because that was amazing. All right. Anyways.
Let me just ask you, if you hold on, let me just ask you a question. If you were a dual citizen, United States, Israeli, you had family in Israel, and you woke up at 4 a.m. the news that they were killing people indiscriminately on the kibbutzim, you were witness to the abject barbarity of what happened that day, and then you saw someone post that exact same tweet that Frogan said. I'm asking you, like, how would you feel? I'm trying to get you to empathize with Ethan. Like, how would you feel?
Yeah. Like, I totally understand his gut reaction there. I'm talking when I'm saying that, like, I'm talking about like a prolonged, just like. He has targeted her in such a vicious way.
Have you seen her posts about him?
After she has clarified things in a way that I think is very acceptable.
Have you seen her posts about him? She has been viciously attacked.
And not just that, dude. You can only think this way if you buy into power dynamics. It's actually crazy that her behavior has nothing to do with the way that Ethan is reacting. And then not just that, because I almost guarantee you he's about to go into like a power analysis of like, well, he has 1 million subs and she only has 200 live viewers and she's not that big of a creator. Like, I almost guarantee you that's where this is going. But the excuse me, let me think about this for a second. Number one, I reject that because I'm like a liberal. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? So if you come crazy at me, I'm gonna come crazy at you. I don't care if you're an eggshell on Twitter with like 5 followers or 0 followers and you're following 5 people. You say some crazy shit to me, you're either getting blocked or I'm gonna dunk on you, one or the other, right? So that right there. And then also her quote unquote acceptable clarification. Is it similar to her acceptable clarification when Frogan, she said that she thinks that everyone who participated in the war on terror for the United States deserves PTSD? And then in her clarification, this was her clarification. This was a part of her apology, by the way. She was like, well, if they're contrite about participating in the war on terror, I hope you don't get PTSD. But realistically, if you're unapologetic about what happened in the war on terror, I do hope you get PTSD because the United States military has done all sorts of bad stuff overseas. That was her apology. That was her clarification. That's not an apology. That's not even a clarification. You just said, yeah, I believe what I said. I'm just adding an extra layer of context that makes it more acceptable to leftists. That's crazy. So let's see what Vadim has as a backup thing. My guess is power dynamics analysis.
Attacking him.
This is not like, what's that?
He quietly unfollowed her like before anything. And she had a reaction. She's been viciously attacking Ethan and his wife since the start of this conflict.
He has been again, this is not fair to me right now because this makes it look like I am defending things that I don't, because I don't sign off onto the way that you're putting this, but I can't like kind of counter because I don't.
I'm just repeating what she said word for word.
I mean, has to kind of like have I promise you that if you allow me to move on, we can resume the conversation about Frogan, and there's not a single thing that I will have a problem with you bringing up to me that you brought up here. Okay, like I like.
But you guys call.
Dang, he didn't even bother like trying with power analysis to, he didn't even bother with power analysis, which I'm surprised by, to be honest. He was just like, hey, can we not talk about it and let's move on? Dang.
Ethan crazy, and you say he's just like lost his marbles and his reactions are so intense. And I don't think you're considering what he was looking at when he opened up like Twitter and social media, and he was getting cartoons of Hila Palestinian kids. Like that would affect you. You would be pissed. You would have an extreme reaction. Anybody would in that spot.
You gotta listen to me. You gotta listen to me. I told you that I gave him.
I'm listening.
So like around the time, I wasn't aware of everything that he had done and said, but we used to kind of exchange messages and whatnot. I have a message.
Kingslayer summarizes it. And I saw this over here. It's like, how dare you make me defend my point? Kingslayer basically says, did Vadim really just say it's unfair? You're making me defend my position? Kind of, yeah. In my assessment, yeah.
Where around that time I was actually applauding him for how he was reacting to everything. And the fact of the matter is that there were things that I saw him do that I thought were really cringe is probably an understatement, but that we're just shitty. But I did realize kind of like everything, the emotional weight of having like a, your family tied to Israel and so many things. And and then another thing that I'll say is that, like, personally in my own personal life, I had someone who is actually like kind of famous as well, who was publicly freaking out, just like saying, in my opinion, I mean, this is someone who is one of my best friends over the course of my entire life. We're no longer best friends, but he was my best friend for like 15, 20 years. And closer to 20. But my point is that he was really freaking out publicly, kind of like just saying things that, like, I saw a side of him that I had never seen before. And I don't think it existed before. Basically, like, he was not like very like hardcore Israel back when we were very good friends. But seeing,
is he Jewish?
Yes, he is. And I don't want to say who he is because this is not because I am unwilling to talk about it, but this is actually a subject that I want to discuss in a video. And
I mean, do you understand why a lot of Jewish people saw the reaction to October 7th and thought to themselves, what the
Yes, and my point is that when, especially with my other friend as a like reference point, he was really, I think you'd agree, he was doing some shitty things. In comparison, I thought, like, wow, Ethan, like even though that there are these things that he's doing right now that I think are counterproductive and in some ways like sort of shitty, I think overall, for
calling attention to lefty creators that are saying this unhinged shit about October 7th, I think you would do the same thing. You would do the exact same thing.
Would do the same thing, but I'm not. Look. By the way, I am not. None of this is. I mean, very little about this is has to do with his initial reaction to October 7th. This has to do with just
I understand it evolved and it got more aggressive, but you understand that, like, for example, Hassan had to nuke his entire Discord because his Discord was saying, like, when I say like the height of unhinged, like direct, like rhetoric directed at Ethan and Gila, and it got so bad that Hassan had to nuke his own Discord. And then when Ethan brought it up to Hassan played this game where he's just like, well, it's just, there's so many people and there's only so much I can do. And honestly, what do you expect them to say when you're saying the things that you're saying? That to me was reprehensible because Hassan had a Jewish friend that was telling him, like, hey, I'm seeing like people are posting animations of my wife, Palestinian kids. They're calling me a genocidal war pig. They're telling me, they're accusing me of supporting war crimes. And these are people in your community. Can you do something about it? And Hassan played this fucking game when there's the footage of him asking XQC to moderate his own community. I mean, it was such bullshit. Like, to me, when I look at that, I see Hassan making no effort to understand like why Ethan was getting alarmed. It started as him just being like, what's going on?
And I, coming from the outside, right? I think my frustration with this too is you have to understand how much concessions we see Ethan give. Ethan says that there should be a negotiated peace. He says that there should be a two-state solution. He says that the blockade on aid needs to end. He says that he's saying that Israeli military actions in Gaza are horrific and he hates them all and he despises them. He says that Bibi Netanyahu is a war pig who is gluttonous in order to consume as much territory as he possibly can, and he's effectively a genocidal freak that needs to be held up in The Hague. These are positions that are so lefty. I don't even hold these positions necessarily. I think you can criticize Israel. I think you can criticize their operations in Gaza. I think you can be hostile to them. I think that you can, talk mad smack about them. But to just say, like, how do I phrase this? That, like, Israel is one step away from being the Nazis. I think it's too far, right? We even had some people in chat asserting that earlier today. I think it's too far. And so to have The one bit of difference, this is the one bit of difference that I can tell policy-wise between Ethan's position and Hassan's position. Ethan thinks the state of Israel should continue to exist, and Hassan Piker doesn't. And Hassan Piker thinks there should be a one-state Palestinian democratic state, and that Jews who live in the region, they should either just live in that state or they should leave. That's what he thinks. He thinks that all the Sephardic Jews should go back to Middle Eastern and North African countries. All the Ashkenazi should go back to Europe, or they should go to the United States. And whatever Jews want to stay in Palestine should stay in Palestine, but they should defer to Palestinian rule. That's what he thinks. But because of that difference between Ethan and Hassan, Ethan has been characterized as a genocidally monstrous freak who sweeps for all of Israel's excesses. That's what, like, and to me, this is like, I'm further right than that. I'm more supportive of Israel than Ethan Klein is. I'm probably, a tepid Zionist is the way that I've phrased it. Like, I support Israel to exist, and I support it to continue its existence. I would like for it to freeze its current borders and have an international military and economic development plan in order to develop a Palestinian state. That's what I would do. So the fact that, we're not breaking bread on that kind of points to you the gulf between these things. So treating Ethan like a monster and then pretending that it's okay to treat him like a monster, in my opinion, is freakish behavior. And I don't think that Vadim realizes how far left he actually is. Vadim will justify now. We shall see. We'll give him opportunity to. Grassroots says, Hutch actually has the gift of not just being a weird, brain-rotted, feral animal. True. I should send him a snapshot of that comment. I'm not even terribly fond of Hutch, but he's just right by not being an awful, full-blown psychopath. Dude, I had a conversation with Hutch, and I'm just going to be real. It wasn't my favorite conversation. I was like, yeah, I don't hate trans people, I don't hate blacks, and I don't hate Hispanics. And he's like, oh, I think you're a progressive then. And I'm like, that's not what progressivism means. That's not what conservatism means. And he's like, yeah, but like, you're chill with trans people, right? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, well, then you're progressive. And I'm like, no, it's not what that means. Progressivism is not when chill with trans people. That's not progressivism. Anyways, so I found his political analysis in our conversation lacking. I also found his takes on guns absolutely like uber cringe. So, Hutch and I, we're friendly. I like him. We hung out in Milwaukee, I want to say. So he's a cool dude overall, very cool dude, but I did not like my conversation with him. But the point is that I think Vadim thinks that Hutch is more progressive than he is. And that's the rift, because Hutch, as far as I can tell, he lines up with Ethan and he's sympathetic to Ethan. He thinks the Palestinians have sacred land. Interesting. Biz D says, when Asmongold said the racist shit about Palestinians, Hassan was incredibly charitable to him. I don't know why he couldn't give that charity to Ethan. Sure. Which is funny, given that he comes from COD, Call of Duty. That's interesting. That was hippy dippy? No, it was a one-on-one conversation. He was saying something about guns on Twitter, and I think I said, like, hey, I don't know if I initiated it, but if I remember correctly, I think I said, hey, I want to talk to you about guns, and he was like, cool, come on stream. And then we had a combo, but we talked about politics, and then he was like, you're a progressive. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And he's like, yeah, you are. You like blacks. You like Hispanics. You're chill with the trans. You're progressive. I'm like, no, it's not what that means. And then I explained it, and then he still didn't like what I said. Sacred Snow says, to the lefties, Ethan is a Nazi soldier, you're Hitler, and Fuentes is like Wolfenstein Hitler in a mech suit. I think I'm just in the art mood now, because now I'm picturing Nick Fuentes in like the mech suit from Wolfenstein. That would go hard. That would be some good Groiper art. I'm gonna Google that while I let the content continue to play.
Talking about a lot of things that I would be more than happy to kind of address. It's just like I'm the kind of person who has to look at things freshly in order to kind of like really speak to them substantially. Maybe there are some things that as I go on, because I'd like to go on and explain more things that, you asked me like the problems that I have with Ethan, and I really only got to say like one thing and haven't been able to say any more since.
All right, fine. But what are some other examples of like you said he said reprehensible things. Like, can you give me more examples of that?
Look at your screen.
Oh, he's called Jewish Voice for Peace, disgusting propaganda. Pretty much every single.
Oh my God. Listen, I'm not gonna do this, but because I don't think you could buy it and wear it. But I think it would be so funny to like take that. This is what I was picturing. I was picturing this. Imagine this, but then just like Nick Fuentes' head on it and like turn that into a t-shirt. I think that would be sick. But I also think it would be even funnier to do the glass one. Like this one where it's like Hitler's head in like a glass cockpit or jar, and he has 4 miniguns on a mech suit. This with Nick Fuentes' hat, or excuse me, hat. This with Nick Fuentes' head, and maybe you would shave Nick Fuentes or give him like a Hitler stash so people knew the reference. But this would be hilarious. This would be awesome merch. Somebody get Razzle Cherry. Somebody get Razzle Cherry. Because this with Nick Fuentes' face, either the modernized version or the classic version would be fire. Sorry, I'm getting tired. It's like late. It's late in the stream. I normally stream like 5 hours, so my brain starts to meld after a while. Let's give it another few minutes, and then we'll give it a wrap.
Jewish, if activist who is actually like fighting for, or maybe fighting isn't the right word, but is advocating.
Ironside says, "Dang, I didn't know progressive was just not being arsehole about culture war bullshit." Yeah, that's me. He said you're cool with blacks. Are you sure Hutch is progressive? No, that's me reframing it. Progressive grill hottest Cotter. True. How was this a real game? Because classic Wolfenstein was dope. Twink ass would try to dox you. Maybe. I don't know. Fuentes and we had a nice combo. Connor, as a vet, what's your thoughts about trans people serving in the military? Listen, I don't. If you're getting excluded from the military for having ADD or ADHD, I don't think you should be able to serve in the military with gender dysphoria. That being said, I'm not like I don't think it's going to be the end of the republic if we have trans service members. So hold on. Actually, this is an important question, so I'm going to go ahead and answer it full. Deployment is what the military is supposed to do. Okay? Let me show you what the military is supposed to do. I'm going to mute it. But I know what to do. What was it? It's the Operation Phantom Fury music video. So this is probably the movie that I'm looking for, but I'm going to click on this one as well, and I'm going to mute it so we don't get copyright struck. But this is what the military is supposed to do. Okay, actually, this is probably the one that we're supposed to do. You're supposed to carry heavy shit into combat zones and fight and kill people. This is what you're supposed to do. All right, let's take a look at it. Heartbeat, putting on equipment. This is one of my favorite videos. The quality sucks because it's 2000s, but still. So you're supposed to throw on a flak. You're supposed to put on heavy gear. You're supposed to carry a weapon, carry it in an inhospitable place, have bad guys shoot at you, and you're supposed to shoot back. This is what a military operation is. So I'm just going to pause it real quick. Because it's distracting me. If you have to stop this in order to take your pills or your hormones or whatever, then you're a drag, right? So if you have to be like, hold on, guys, I have to do my hormone shot. No, we don't have time for that, okay? These men are pooping into diapers in order to continue military operations. Believe that or not, all right? Believe that or not, the United States military, particularly the special forces, they carry diapers on deployment. So while they are in a vehicle for like 40 hours at a time, 50 hours at a time, they are shitting themselves in order to continue military tempo. Okay? So Jeff Lewis is bringing something up that I'll address momentarily. So effectively, if your neo-vagina is having health issues, that makes you non-deployable. If you have to take hormones in order to subsist, you're non-deployable. So anything, physical, mental, whatever, that takes away from this, you're an inconvenience. And you like I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. Your personal issues are less important than the mission. Should they serve? Yes, no. Well, hold on. There's actually a question that's before yours that I think answers the question, okay? So, hold on. AF says, if a person can pass a standard and maintain it, they should be allowed to serve their country. Okay, but ADD is not passing the standard already. Being medicated for ADD and ADHD is not the standard. So how are you going to argue that people with ADD and ADHD are incapable of serving their country, but gender dysphoria isn't more intense than ADD or ADHD? Seraph says Vet TV's Planet Service member is what we really do. Maybe. Ironside says, as a vet, I'm not really for trans people serving, but the way Trump admin is treating trans service members already is abhorrent. I'm with you. Grassroots says, entirely depends on the role. That's kind of what I was getting at. Jeff Lewis might be getting to it momentarily. Can tell me, but my mother did shoot and kill people, and she carried an M42 as a 5-foot woman. Do you mean a 240? Oh, M4. Excuse me. Jeff Lewis says, Connor, in the Navy, we aren't looking for infantry. We're looking for someone who can sit for long hours in a smelly metal box and type on a keyboard or use a joystick. You can join the Air Force. You can join the Navy. You might even be able to join the Army, and maybe you can join the Marine Corps as a pogue. That's what I would say. If we open the U.S. citizenry to, I'm sorry, I'm mulling my words because it's getting late. To conscripted federal service, we're keep all the trans stateside. You can make an argument that they could do support roles. There are plenty of non-combat trades. There you go. Connor, stop performing my question. If a person can cut the mustard, should they serve? Yes, no. Depends on what. So I'm going to reform your question one more time. If ADD or ADHD are sufficient to get you barred from the military, is gender dysphoria not more inconvenient than ADD or ADHD? I know how to solve ADD. It's a drill instructor punching you in the face. That's how you solve ADD. So actually, if anything, ADD should be in service because it'll help them. Jeff Bezos taking notes right now. Diapers, you say? Yes. They were special forces pooping themselves during the invasion so they could keep the vehicles rolling. There are hard women in the military. They are combat support specialists, absolute badasses. There you go. That may be true now. My mom and dad were both active duty Desert Storm. Is it true that the LAV-25 is manually loaded by tiny people? That's true. Irrelevant, Connor? No, it's perfectly relevant. Which is hilarious that they give combat guys and pilots Adderall. Exactly. In the future, the trans will control the drones. There you go. Wherever you can hack it, you should be allowed to serve your country. Okay. Roll on the floor laughing. Based. AF says, my point stands. The standards are different for different MOSs, and a trans person is less likely to pass a combat standard, but they can do so many other things like any other goober. Hey, Connor, you're not a doctor. Yes, I am. To be fair, I thought I knew some dudes who got ADHD waivers. Granted, they were drone operators. Dude, there's felony waivers. There's age waivers. So if you want to make if you want to get a gender dysphoria waiver, go for it. I don't give a shit. But anyways, point is, if I'm a centrist, I'm all about compromising, okay? If you guys want to compromise that there can and should be trans pogues, persons other than grunt, sure. But we're not stopping combat operation. Crying is not an emergency. You know this thing? Crying is not an emergency. Here we go. This ride only stops in an emergency. Crying is not an emergency. This is the United States military. Okay? This is the United States military. So this ride only stops in an emergency. Taking your hormones is not an emergency. Okay? I am a doctor. I'm not a doctor, but I'm just going to say I am. I just didn't say I had ADHD and MEPS didn't ask. Of course. Just lie. I don't have gender dysphoria. Whoops, lol, I'm already in. Now I have gender dysphoria. Lol, whoops. Where the fuck is that at Disney World? I don't know. It's an old meme. But anyways, let's give actually screw them. We hit 5 hours. Screw these guys. So the point is, we got through a healthy chunk of the content, but obviously there's other things. If you want to check this out, it's on Hutch's channel. 840K subs. Good for him. Now, his views are low because I think he transitioned to politics after having a successful Call of Duty career. But, you know, good for him for 840K subs. But Mudahar and Lonerbox jump in later. So if you're like, hey, Connor, I really wanted to hear the end of this schizo debate, here's like a 10 to 20 minute segment right here, 320 to 345. Here's 20 minutes of Lonerbox. Here's another 20 to 30 minutes of Mudahar. Then I think that Vadim jumps out, and then it's a wrap up with Muda and Lonerbox. So if you want to take a look at that, take a look at that. It's obviously all libs ganging up with each other in order to beat up on a poor leftist. Why didn't they think about the power dynamics? Why did they beat up on a leftist so hard? But let's summarize it real quick. In summary, what ended up happening was Vadim has 5-year-old talking points from the progressives that nobody really likes anymore. At least nobody in the no liberal and no centrist likes Vadim's talking points. They were more tolerated 4 or 5 years ago when social media was dominated by progressives. And so as a result, he tried to renegotiate Mandela's legacy to be more violent than it was. And Hutch and I didn't like it or agree with it. But anyways, parasocial love to you and yours. I hope you have a beautiful day. Bye for now.